The year was 1971, and across the sun-scorched landscapes of Spain, a shadow moved with deadly precision. Manuel Delgado Villegas earned a chilling nickname that would echo through the corridors of criminal history: El Arapero, the Blanket Man. But there was nothing comforting about his embrace. For over a decade, this seemingly ordinary vagrant transformed into Spain's most prolific serial killer, leaving a trail of blood that stretched across multiple countries and claimed the lives of at least 48 innocent souls. What made Villegas truly terrifying wasn't just the staggering number of his victims. It was the cold, methodical way he stalked, killed, and vanished like smoke into the night. This was a man who could slip a wire around your throat with the same casual indifference as tying his shoes. A predator who viewed human life as nothing more than obstacles to be eliminated in his twisted quest for survival. Tonight, we descend into the darkest corners of the human psyche to uncover the horrifying truth about a killer so prolific, so ruthless, that even seasoned investigators struggled to comprehend the scope of his brutality. This is the story of Spain's Angel of Death, a tale of murder, madness, and the thin line that separates civilization from chaos. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story of the Archangel of Death, Manuel Delgado Villegas. The harsh Mediterranean sun beat down mercilessly on the dusty streets of Hinojosa del Duque, a small town nestled in the unforgiving landscape of Córdoba province. It was here, on January 25, 1943, that Manuel Delgado Villegas drew his first breath, a moment that would unknowingly mark the beginning of one of Spain's most horrific crime sprees. From the very beginning, darkness seemed to follow young Manuel like a loyal dog. Born into crushing poverty, he was one of several children crammed into a ramshackle dwelling that barely qualified as shelter. His father, Antonio Delgado, was a man consumed by demons of his own making: alcohol, violence, and an explosive temper that erupted without warning like a volcano spewing molten rage. The household reeked of desperation and fear. Manuel's mother, Maria Villegas, bore the brunt of Antonio's fury, her face often decorated with fresh bruises that bloomed like purple flowers across her pale skin. The children cowered in corners, learning early that survival meant invisibility, that the slightest sound or movement could trigger another explosion of violence. But it was Manuel who seemed to absorb the darkness most completely. While his siblings found ways to cope, some through withdrawal, others through desperate attempts at normalcy, Manuel's young mind began processing the world through a lens that would later prove catastrophic. Violence wasn't just normal in his world. It was currency, power, and the ultimate solution to any problem. By the age of 8, Manuel had already begun displaying the warning signs that criminologists would later recognize as the deadly trinity of future serial killers. He tortured small animals with a methodical precision that chilled even the neighborhood bullies. Cats would disappear from the streets, only to be found days later in various states of mutilation, their tiny bodies bearing the signature of tiny hands that had learned cruelty as their first language. Fire became his second obsession. Manuel would spend hours watching flames dance and consume, his dark eyes reflecting the orange glow with an intensity that made adults instinctively step away. Barns, abandoned buildings, even small patches of dry grass. Nothing was safe from his pyromaniacal urges. The local fire brigade began recognizing a pattern, though they couldn't yet put a face to the destruction. The third warning sign was perhaps the most disturbing: Manuel's complete inability to control his bodily functions well past the age when such behavior should have ceased. This wasn't mere childhood delay. This was a psychological manifestation of the chaos consuming his developing mind. The shame and humiliation only fed the growing monster within, creating a feedback loop of rage and self-loathing that would later explode outward onto innocent victims. School offered no refuge from the nightmare of his home life. Manuel's academic performance was abysmal, not due to lack of intelligence. Psychological evaluations would later reveal an above-average IQ, but because his mind was already occupied with darker pursuits. Teachers described him as a child who seemed to exist in his own world, one where normal social interactions held no meaning. His classmates instinctively avoided him, sensing something predatory in his presence even at such a young age. During playground games, Manuel would take things too far, turning innocent roughhousing into genuine violence with a smile that never quite reached his eyes. Other children would go home with unexplained injuries, too terrified to explain exactly what had happened. The breaking point came when Manuel was 14 years old. His father, deeper than ever into his bottle and rage, turned his fury on his son with unprecedented brutality. The beating lasted for hours, leaving Manuel's small body broken and bloodied on the dirt floor of their hovel. But something else broke that night. Whatever thin thread had still connected Manuel to human compassion finally snapped. 3 days later, Antonio Delgado was found dead in an abandoned well outside of town. The official cause was determined to be accidental drowning, complicated by severe intoxication. But those who knew the family understood the truth that no one dared speak aloud. Manuel had graduated from torturing animals to his first human victim, his own father. The transformation was subtle but unmistakable to those who looked closely. Manuel's demeanor shifted from sullen and withdrawn to something far more dangerous. A calm, calculating presence that moved through the world with newfound purpose. His mother, whether from grief, relief, or sheer terror, never questioned the circumstances of her husband's death. As Manuel entered his late teens, the family situation deteriorated further. Poverty ground them down like millstones, forcing the children to scatter in search of survival. Manuel chose the path that would define the rest of his murderous career, the life of a vagrant, a drifter who moved from place to place like a plague carried on the wind. His first legitimate job was with a traveling circus, a perfect environment for someone who needed to remain mobile and anonymous. The circus attracted society's outcasts and misfits, providing Manuel with the ideal camouflage. Here, among the performers and workers who had their own reasons for avoiding too much scrutiny, he learned valuable skills that would later serve his murderous purposes. He mastered the art of blending in, of becoming invisible in plain sight. He learned how to read people's weaknesses and exploit them for his own gain. Most importantly, he discovered that society's forgotten members, the homeless, the mentally ill, the desperately poor, made perfect victims because their disappearances rarely prompted serious investigations. The circus also introduced Manuel to his future wife, Antonia Garcia, a young woman as desperate and damaged as himself. Their courtship was brief and brutal, characterized more by mutual convenience than genuine affection. Antonia was pregnant within months, and soon Manuel found himself saddled with responsibilities he was completely unprepared for and fundamentally incapable of handling. The birth of their daughter should have been a moment of joy and transformation. Instead, it became another source of frustration and rage for Manuel. The baby's cries grated on his nerves like fingernails on a chalkboard, and the financial pressure of supporting a family pushed his already fragile mental state toward complete breakdown. Antonia quickly learned to fear her husband's silences more than his outbursts. When Manuel went quiet, when his eyes took on that distant, calculating look, she knew to keep the baby quiet and make herself as small as possible. She had married a stranger who was becoming something far worse than she had ever imagined. The first murder, beyond his father, happened during this period, though it wouldn't be attributed to Manuel for years. A fellow circus worker, an older man who had been asking too many questions about Manuel's past and making veiled threats about what he might reveal, was found dead in his trailer. The cause appeared to be natural, a heart attack brought on by his advanced age and poor health. But those closest to the situation noticed the subtle signs that would become Manuel's calling card. The victim's possessions had been methodically searched, Small items of value had disappeared, and there was a lingering sense that the scene had been carefully staged. It was the work of someone who understood that the perfect crime was one that didn't look like a crime at all. Manuel had discovered his true calling. The thrill of taking a life, the intoxicating rush of absolute power over another human being, the practical benefits of eliminating problems permanently. It all clicked together in his twisted psyche like puzzle pieces forming a picture of pure evil. The circus provided the perfect laboratory for him to refine his techniques and develop what would become his signature method of operation. He learned to identify victims who wouldn't be missed, to create scenarios that appeared accidental or natural, and most importantly, to vanish without a trace before suspicions could form. As the circus moved from town to town, Manuel left behind a trail of mysterious deaths and disappearances that would only be connected decades later when investigators finally began to understand the scope of his crimes. He was evolving from a damaged young man into something far more dangerous, a predator who had found his hunting ground and was perfecting his deadly craft. The stage was set for a killing spree that would terrorize Spain and beyond, carried out by a man who had learned to kill as easily as breathing and to disappear into the crowd like a ghost seeking his next victim. Manuel Delgado Villegas had found his true purpose in life, and that purpose was death. The transformation was complete. The frightened, brutalized child had died along with his father in that well outside Hinojosa del Duque. What emerged was something far more terrifying. A methodical killer who would spend the next decade and a half carving his name into the annals of criminal history with the blood of the innocent. The autumn of 1964 marked the beginning of Manuel Delgado Villegas' true reign of terror, though the authorities wouldn't recognize it as such for years to come. Like a malevolent spirit unleashed upon the earth, he began his methodical campaign of death across the Spanish countryside, leaving behind a trail of corpses that would challenge everything investigators thought they knew about serial murder. His first confirmed victim outside his family was Maria del Carmen Lopez, a young prostitute working the streets of Córdoba. Maria was everything that made Manuel's predatory instincts come alive. Vulnerable, isolated, and unlikely to be missed by anyone with the power to investigate her disappearance. She had agreed to meet him in an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, expecting a routine transaction that would put food on her table for another few days. Instead, she walked into a carefully orchestrated death trap. Manuel had spent days studying the location, mapping every entrance and exit, every shadow that could conceal his movements. The building had once been a textile factory, its broken windows staring out like dead eyes over the wasteland, where Córdoba's forgotten citizens scratched out their existence. Perfect for what he had in mind. Maria's murder was a masterclass in calculated brutality. Manuel didn't kill in a frenzy of passion or rage. His approach was clinical, methodical, almost surgical in its precision. He strangled her slowly with a wire he had prepared specifically for the purpose, watching the life drain from her eyes with the same detached interest a scientist might observe a laboratory specimen. But the strangulation was only the beginning of his ritual. Once Maria was dead, Manuel began the systematic destruction of her identity. He removed all personal items, scattered her clothing across the building to suggest a robbery gone wrong, and positioned the body in a way that would maximize decomposition before discovery. This wasn't just murder. This was the complete erasure of a human being. The pattern that would define his career was established with this first killing. Manuel took trophies, not the typical serial killer souvenirs like jewelry or photographs, but practical items that could be sold or used. Maria's small purse, her worn but serviceable shoes, even the few coins she had managed to earn that evening, all disappeared into Manuel's growing collection of stolen lives. The investigation into Maria's death was perfunctory at best. She was a prostitute with no family to speak of, no respectable friends to demand justice, no one with political influence to pressure the authorities. Her murder was filed away as another casualty of life on the streets, exactly as Manuel had calculated. This success emboldened him, confirming what he had suspected about the nature of society and law enforcement. The forgotten members of humanity, the poor, the homeless, the mentally ill, the socially marginalized, existed in a shadow world where their deaths barely registered as blips on the radar of official concern. They were perfect victims for someone who planned to kill on a massive scale. Over the following months, Manuel refined his technique with the dedication of a craftsman perfecting his art. His second victim was an elderly vagrant named Francisco Morales, found dead in a drainage ditch outside Sevilla. The cause of death appeared to be exposure complicated by alcohol poisoning, but those who examined the body closely noted subtle signs of strangulation and the systematic removal of anything valuable. Manuel had learned to make murder look like misfortune. His third victim, a young man with mental disabilities who had been living rough in the parks of Granada, provided him with an opportunity to test a new method. Instead of strangulation, Manuel used suffocation, pressing a plastic bag over the victim's head while holding him down with practiced efficiency. The murder was quick, quiet, and left minimal physical evidence. The body was discovered weeks later in an advanced state of decomposition, making accurate determination of cause of death nearly impossible. Once again, Manuel had orchestrated the perfect crime, a death that barely qualified as suspicious, let alone as part of a pattern. As 1965 dawned, Manuel had become addicted to the rush of killing. Each successful murder fed his growing confidence and expanded his sense of invincibility. He began to take greater risks, choosing victims who were slightly more visible in society, testing the limits of what he could get away with. His fourth confirmed victim broke new ground in terms of audacity. Ana Rodriguez was a shopkeeper's daughter in Malaga, hardly the invisible vagrant that had characterized his previous kills. But Ana had made the mistake of being alone at the wrong time in the wrong place, and Manuel seized the opportunity with ruthless efficiency. The murder took place in Ana's family shop after hours. Manuel had observed her routine for weeks, noting that she often stayed late to complete inventory tasks while her parents attended evening mass. He broke in through a rear window, moving through the darkened store like a predator stalking prey through familiar territory. Ana's murder was more violent than his previous kills, perhaps because she fought back with a courage that surprised him. The struggle left the shop in disarray, with overturned merchandise and broken glass creating a scene that clearly indicated violent crime rather than accident or natural death. But Manuel had planned for this contingency. After killing Ana with his signature wire strangulation, he staged the scene to suggest a robbery gone wrong. Cash was taken from the register, valuable items were stolen, and Ana's body was positioned to support the narrative of a young woman who had surprised a burglar and paid with her life. The investigation was more thorough than any Manuel had faced before, but his careful preparation paid dividends. No fingerprints were found because he had worn gloves. No witnesses came forward because he had chosen his timing perfectly. Even the items stolen from the shop were disposed of immediately, sold to fences in distant cities where they couldn't be traced back to the crime. Ana's murder established Manuel as more than just a killer of society's forgotten members. He could strike anyone, anywhere, anytime, a realization that would have terrified the authorities if they had possessed the intelligence to recognize the pattern emerging across their jurisdictions. By the summer of 1965, Manuel's killing spree had evolved into a carefully orchestrated campaign of terror that spanned multiple provinces and even crossed international borders. His nomadic lifestyle, inherited from his circus days, provided perfect cover for his activities. He could kill in Córdoba on Monday and be in Valencia by Friday, leaving investigators chasing shadows across jurisdictional boundaries. His sixth victim was a traveling salesman named Eduardo Vasquez, murdered in a roadside in outside Zaragoza. Eduardo had made the fatal mistake of flashing a roll of cash while buying drinks for fellow travelers, advertising himself as a profitable target to anyone paying attention. Manuel had been paying very close attention indeed. The murder took place in Eduardo's room during the early morning hours, when the inn was quiet and the other guests were deep in sleep. Manuel had obtained a duplicate key through a combination of bribery and deception, giving him unrestricted access to his victim without the messy complications of forced entry. Eduardo's death was particularly brutal, involving both strangulation and savage beating that suggested personal animosity rather than simple robbery. But this was Manuel's way of sending a message, to himself and to the universe, that he had moved beyond mere survival killing into something approaching artistic expression. The scene he left behind was a masterpiece of calculated chaos. Eduardo's belongings were scattered throughout the room, his suitcase rifled through, his money stolen along with his gold watch and wedding ring. But careful observation revealed telltale signs of Manuel's particular methodology. The systematic way items were searched, the specific positioning of the body, the complete absence of forensic evidence. Local authorities initially treated Eduardo's murder as an isolated incident, failing to recognize its connection to the growing number of similar deaths occurring across Spain. This fragmented approach to investigation played directly into Manuel's hands, allowing him to operate with virtual impunity across a law enforcement landscape that wasn't equipped to track a serial killer of his mobility and cunning. As 1965 progressed into 1966, Manuel's confidence reached unprecedented levels. He began taking photographs of some of his crime scenes, not as trophies in the traditional sense, but as documentation of his evolving artistry. These images, discovered years later during his eventual capture, revealed the mind of a killer who viewed murder not just as a means of survival, but as a form of creative self-expression. His methodical documentation extended beyond photography to detailed written records of each killing. Manuel maintained what could only be described as a murder diary, complete with victim profiles, technique notes, and post-crime analysis of what had worked well and what could be improved for future kills. The diary entries revealed a mind that had completely severed itself from normal human emotion and morality. Victims weren't people with families, dreams, and inherent worth. They were problems to be solved, opportunities to be exploited, or simply obstacles standing between Manuel and whatever he wanted at any given moment. By the time 1966 ended, Manuel Delgado Villegas had killed at least 12 people across Spain, with additional victims in France and Portugal that wouldn't be attributed to him for decades. He had perfected his craft to a degree that made him virtually invisible to law enforcement, a phantom who could strike without warning and vanish without a trace. The killing fields of Iberia had found their angel of death, and he was just getting started. The year 1967 marked a terrifying evolution in Manuel Delgado Villegas's methodology, as the self-taught killer transformed from an opportunistic murderer into something far more sinister. A calculating predator who had learned to hunt human beings with the efficiency of an apex carnivore. His killing spree was no longer driven by mere circumstance or basic survival needs. It had become a sophisticated operation that combined meticulous planning with unprecedented brutality. Manuel had developed what criminologists would later recognize as one of the most effective victim selection processes in the history of serial murder. He didn't simply stumble upon targets. He cultivated them, studying their routines with the patience of a naturalist observing prey animals, learning their weaknesses and vulnerabilities until the moment was perfect to strike. His 13th confirmed victim, Teresa Martinez, exemplified this new approach to murder. Teresa was a widow in her 50s who operated a small boarding house in Toledo, catering to travelers and migrant workers who needed cheap, temporary accommodation. Manuel had been observing her establishment for weeks, posing as a potential long-term resident while he mapped out every detail of her operation. Teresa's boarding house was perfect for Manuel's purposes, isolated enough to provide privacy for his crimes, but busy enough with transient residents that his presence wouldn't attract undue attention. Most importantly, Teresa herself fit his preferred victim profile. A lonely woman with minimal social connections who handled her own finances and wouldn't be missed immediately if she disappeared. The murder took place on a rain-soaked Thursday evening when most of Teresa's other guests were away working late shifts at local factories. Manuel had timed his attack perfectly, knowing that the combination of weather and work schedules would minimize the chance of witnesses or interruption. He approached Teresa's private quarters under the guise of discussing an extended rental agreement, carrying with him a leather portfolio that contained not rental documents, but the tools of his trade: wire garrotes, plastic bags, and a selection of knives that he had collected over years of killing. Teresa's murder was particularly savage, even by Manuel's standards. Perhaps because she reminded him of his long-dead mother, or perhaps because he was simply evolving into an even more vicious predator. He tortured her extensively before finally ending her life. The process took over 2 hours, during which he systematically broke her fingers, burned her with cigarettes, and finally strangled her with a wire that left deep gouges in her neck. But the murder itself was only the beginning of Manuel's plan. After killing Teresa, he spent the entire night methodically looting her establishment, taking not just obvious valuables but also cash reserves she had hidden throughout the building, personal documents that might be useful for identity theft, and even food supplies that would sustain him during his inevitable flight from the scene. Most chillingly, Manuel took time to stage Teresa's boarding house as if she had simply abandoned her business and fled. He placed false notes suggesting financial troubles and family emergencies, created a paper trail indicating she had sold the property to unknown buyers, and even went so far as to pack some of her belongings as if she had left voluntarily. Teresa's body was hidden in the building's basement, sealed behind a false wall that Manuel constructed with materials found on the property. It was a level of crime scene manipulation that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of forensic investigation and criminal psychology, skills that Manuel had apparently developed through years of evading capture. The deception worked perfectly. When Teresa failed to appear for scheduled appointments, her few acquaintances assumed she had acted on her frequent threats to leave Toledo and start over somewhere new. The boarding house stood empty for months before anyone thought to investigate further, giving Manuel's false narrative time to solidify in the minds of anyone who might have questioned Teresa's disappearance. This successful murder and cover-up marked a turning point in Manuel's criminal career. He realized that with proper planning and execution, he could not only kill with impunity but actually profit substantially from each murder. Teresa's boarding house had netted him enough money to live comfortably for several months, plus a treasure trove of identification documents and personal information that opened up new possibilities for fraud and theft. Manuel's 15th victim represented another leap forward in his criminal sophistication. Carlos Jimenez was a successful merchant who dealt in agricultural equipment, traveling regularly between rural communities to service farming operations throughout central Spain. Manuel had encountered Carlos at a roadside tavern and immediately recognized him as a potentially lucrative target. But rather than killing Carlos immediately, Manuel embarked on an elaborate confidence scheme that lasted several weeks. Posing as a potential business partner with connections to large farming cooperatives, he gradually earned Carlos's trust and gained detailed knowledge of his business operations, travel patterns, and financial resources. The relationship culminated in a planned meeting at an isolated farmhouse outside Salamanca, where Carlos believed he would be finalizing a major equipment sale that would generate substantial profits for his business. Instead, he walked into a carefully orchestrated death trap that Manuel had been preparing for days. Manuel had chosen the location specifically because it was abandoned property with no nearby neighbors, surrounded by fields that provided natural barriers against observation or interference. He had spent time modifying the building, installing restraints and soundproofing that would allow him to work without concern for detection. Carlos's murder was Manuel's most elaborate and prolonged killing to date. Rather than the quick, efficient strangulation that had characterized his earlier crimes, he kept Carlos alive for nearly 24 hours, torturing him systematically to extract information about hidden assets, business relationships, and family vulnerabilities that could be exploited later. The torture methods Manuel employed demonstrated a creativity and sadism that shocked even experienced investigators when the crime was eventually discovered. He used heated metal tools to burn precise patterns into Carlos's flesh, broke bones systematically to maximize pain while keeping the victim conscious, and employed psychological torture techniques that suggested formal training in interrogation methods. When Carlos finally died, it was almost as a mercy after hours of unimaginable agony. But Manuel's work was far from finished. He spent additional hours with the corpse, practicing new killing techniques and testing different methods of body disposal that might prove useful in future crimes. Carlos's disappearance was initially treated as a missing person case rather than a murder investigation. His business associates assumed he had simply extended his sales trip or encountered transportation problems in the rural areas where he typically worked. This assumption gave Manuel weeks to exploit the intelligence he had extracted during the torture session. Using information provided by Carlos under extreme duress, Manuel was able to impersonate him long enough to liquidate several business accounts and redirect payments from outstanding invoices. The fraud netted him enough money to finance several months of intensive killing, plus valuable lessons in identity theft that would serve him well in future crimes. By the summer of 1967, Manuel had developed what amounted to a systematic approach to serial murder that combined psychological manipulation, elaborate deception, extreme violence, and sophisticated financial crime. He wasn't just killing people. He was running what could only be described as a murder-based business enterprise. His victim count during this period accelerated dramatically as he refined his processes and gained confidence in his abilities. Between July and December of 1967, he killed at least 8 more people across Spain and Portugal, each murder representing an improvement over the previous crime in terms of planning, execution, and profit maximization. The victims during this period included a retired couple traveling in their caravan, murdered for their vehicle and savings, a young priest carrying church funds to a remote parish, killed and robbed during a fake roadside emergency, and a female medical student who made the mistake of accepting a ride from Manuel during a rainstorm. Each murder demonstrated increasing sophistication in victim selection, crime scene manipulation, and evidence destruction. Manuel had learned to think like a forensic investigator, anticipating what evidence might be left behind and taking systematic steps to eliminate anything that could connect him to his crimes. Perhaps most disturbing was the development of what could only be called Manuel's murder philosophy, a twisted worldview that justified his crimes as a natural expression of superior intelligence and evolutionary fitness. His diary entries from this period revealed a man who genuinely believed that his ability to kill without being caught made him a superior form of human being, destined to prey upon weaker individuals who deserved their fate. This philosophical framework allowed Manuel to escalate his violence to previously unimaginable levels while maintaining the emotional detachment necessary for long-term serial killing. He wasn't tormented by guilt or haunted by the faces of his victims. He was proud of his accomplishments and eager to expand his body count even further. As 1967 drew to a close, Manuel Delgado Villegas had established himself as one of Europe's most prolific and sophisticated serial killers, though law enforcement agencies remained largely unaware of his existence. He had perfected the art of invisible murder, leaving behind crime scenes that looked like accidents, natural deaths, or simple robberies rather than the work of a methodical serial killer. The stage was set for his most ambitious and dangerous period yet, a killing spree that would span multiple countries and claim dozens more lives before the weight of his crimes finally caught up with him. Manuel had become the perfect predator, and he was hungry for more blood. The beginning of 1971 found Manuel Delgado Villegas at the absolute pinnacle of his murderous career, a phantom of death who had perfected his craft over 7 years of systematic killing. He had become something that law enforcement had never encountered before, a serial killer whose crimes were so perfectly executed, so carefully planned, and so expertly concealed that most of his victims hadn't even been recognized as murder victims. But perfection in murder, like perfection in any human endeavor, contains within it the seeds of its own destruction. Manuel's confidence had grown to the point of arrogance, and his appetite for killing had evolved into a hunger that could never be truly satisfied. The careful, methodical approach that had kept him invisible for so long was beginning to give way to a recklessness born of absolute certainty in his own invincibility. His victim count by early 1971 had reached astronomical proportions. Investigators would later confirm at least 48 murders, though the true number was almost certainly much higher. Many of Manuel's earlier victims had never been identified as homicides, their deaths attributed to natural causes, accidents, or simple disappearances that generated minimal investigation. The first sign that Manuel's luck might be changing came in February 1971, when he made a rare mistake during what should have been a routine killing. His target was Encarnacion Perez, an elderly woman who lived alone in a remote farmhouse outside Badajoz. She fit Manuel's preferred victim profile perfectly: isolated, vulnerable, and unlikely to be missed quickly if she disappeared. But Encarnacion proved more resilient than Manuel had anticipated. Despite being in her 70s, she fought back with surprising strength when he attempted his usual wire strangulation, clawing at his face and drawing blood before he could subdue her. More problematically, her unexpected resistance caused enough noise to alert a neighbor who lived nearly a kilometer away, something Manuel had calculated should have been impossible. The neighbor, a farmer named Jose Ruiz, heard what he later described as screaming that didn't sound human, coming from Encarnacion's direction. Concerned for her welfare, he made the decision that would ultimately lead to Manuel's downfall. He called the civil guard and then drove to the farmhouse to investigate. Manuel was still in the process of staging Encarnacion's murder scene when Jose arrived. Quick thinking and years of experience allowed him to assume the role of a concerned passerby who had discovered the body, expressing shock and offering assistance to the traumatized farmer. But Jose had noticed details that didn't quite fit Manuel's hastily constructed story. Most importantly, Jose observed that Manuel showed no signs of the emotional distress that would be expected from someone who had just stumbled upon a brutal murder scene. His clothes were also suspiciously disheveled, and there were fresh scratches on his face that he claimed had come from rushing through brambles to reach the house. When the civil guard arrived, Manuel maintained his deception brilliantly, providing a detailed account of finding Encarnacion's body and expressing appropriate horror at the violence of the crime. His story was internally consistent and delivered with convincing emotion, the performance of a master manipulator who had talked his way out of suspicion countless times before. But the investigating officer, Sergeant Miguel Santos, had developed instincts sharpened by decades of police work. Something about Manuel's demeanor triggered his suspicions. Perhaps it was the way Manuel's eyes remained cold and calculating even while his voice trembled with apparent emotion, or the subtle inconsistencies in his account that only became apparent upon careful listening. More significantly, Sergeant Santos recognized Manuel's description from a bulletin that had been circulating among law enforcement agencies for months. Several police departments across Spain had been looking for a man matching Manuel's general appearance in connection with a series of suspicious deaths and disappearances. Though no one had yet connected these incidents as the work of a single killer, the decision to detain Manuel for further questioning proved to be the breakthrough that investigators had been unconsciously hoping for across multiple jurisdictions. Once in custody, Manuel's carefully constructed identity began to unravel under the persistent questioning of experienced detectives who had finally found the missing piece of a puzzle they hadn't even realized they were solving. Initially, Manuel maintained his innocence with the same cool confidence that had served him well for nearly a decade. He denied any involvement in Encarnacion's murder, stuck to his story about being an innocent bystander, and demanded to be released so he could continue his travels. His performance was nearly flawless, the work of a man who had lied to authority figures so many times that deception had become second nature. But the investigation had taken on a momentum of its own. Sergeant Santos had contacted police departments across Spain, sharing Manuel's description and details of his arrest. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Department after department reported having similar unsolved cases involving victims who matched Encarnacion's profile and crime scenes that bore striking similarities to her murder. As evidence mounted from multiple jurisdictions, Manuel's confident facade began showing cracks. The sheer volume of cases being connected to him was staggering, even to investigators who had thought they were dealing with an ordinary murder suspect. They began to realize they had captured not just a killer, but possibly the most prolific serial murderer in Spanish history. The breakthrough in Manuel's interrogation came when investigators confronted him with physical evidence from multiple crime scenes that directly contradicted his claims of innocence. Fingerprints found at 3 different murder scenes, personal items from various victims discovered in his possession, and most damning of all, the detailed murder diary he had been keeping for years. The diary was a revelation that shocked even hardened investigators. Written in Manuel's own hand, it contained detailed accounts of dozens of murders, complete with victim descriptions, killing methods, and post-crime analysis. Some entries read like technical reports, clinically documenting the efficiency of different strangulation techniques or the optimal timing for various stages of a murder. Other entries revealed the depths of Manuel's psychological pathology, expressing genuine pleasure in the suffering of his victims and pride in his ability to kill without being caught. He had rated some murders like a food critic reviewing restaurants, noting which victims had provided the most satisfying experiences and which techniques had been most effective. When confronted with this overwhelming evidence, Manuel's psychological defenses finally collapsed. The carefully constructed persona that had allowed him to blend invisibly into society for nearly a decade crumbled, revealing the monster that had been hiding behind the mask of normality. But instead of showing remorse or attempting to justify his actions, Manuel displayed a reaction that disturbed investigators even more than his crimes. He seemed relieved. After years of maintaining exhausting deceptions and constantly looking over his shoulder, He appeared almost grateful to finally be able to speak honestly about his accomplishments. The confession that followed was unlike anything in the annals of criminal history. Manuel didn't just admit to his crimes, he boasted about them, providing detailed accounts of murders that investigators hadn't even suspected were homicides. He corrected inaccurate assumptions about his methods, offered insights into unsolved cases, and expressed professional pride in the sophistication of his techniques. Over the course of several weeks, Manuel systematically confessed to 48 murders across Spain, Portugal, and France, though investigators suspected the true number was significantly higher. Many of his earliest victims had been so perfectly killed and concealed that their deaths had never been investigated as potential homicides. The geographical scope of Manuel's crimes was staggering. He had killed in virtually every province of Spain, plus multiple locations in neighboring countries, demonstrating a level of mobility and planning that challenged everything criminologists thought they knew about serial killer behavior patterns. Perhaps most disturbing was the revelation of how close Manuel had come to escaping detection entirely. If not for Encarnacion Perez's unexpected resistance and Jose Ruiz. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2. The Cards of Death. Madrid's autumn nights whispered secrets through empty streets, but none darker than the ones carved into flesh by a killer's blade. 6 lives extinguished, 6 families shattered. One man's descent into madness that would terrorize Spain's capital for months, leaving behind a trail of blood and a single, haunting signature, playing cards scattered around mutilated corpses like some twisted game of chance. This is the story of Alfredo Galán Sotillo, the man who turned Madrid's shadows into hunting grounds, transforming ordinary citizens into prey in his macabre theater of death. Tonight, we delve into the mind of a monster who believed murder was an art form, and discover how a security guard's mundane existence exploded into a symphony of violence that would echo through Spain's criminal history forever. The fluorescent lights of the security office hummed their monotonous tune as Alfredo Galán Sotillo stared at the bank of monitors displaying empty corridors and silent rooms. 43 years old, unremarkable in every conceivable way. He possessed the kind of face that vanished into crowds' average height, thinning brown hair, and eyes that held depths of resentment most people never bothered to notice. But behind those unremarkable features, something sinister was stirring, something that would soon transform this forgotten man into one of Spain's most notorious killers. The year was 2003, and Madrid pulsed with life, its streets teeming with millions of souls going about their daily routines, completely unaware that death was learning to walk among them. Alfredo worked the night shift at a private security company, spending his hours watching other people's lives unfold through grainy surveillance footage. Hour after hour, he observed the world from his isolated perch, developing an intimate understanding of human vulnerability, of the precise moments when people let their guards down. His personal life was a wasteland of failed relationships and mounting frustrations. Divorced, estranged from his children, and living alone in a cramped apartment that reeked of stale cigarettes and unfulfilled dreams, Alfredo had become invisible even to himself. The mirror reflected back a man who had been passed over, forgotten, dismissed by a world that seemed to reserve its rewards for others. His supervisors barely acknowledged his existence. His ex-wife had moved on to someone more successful, and his children viewed him as an obligation rather than a father. But solitude has a way of fermenting dark thoughts, and in the silence of those long nights, Alfredo began to nurture fantasies that grew progressively more violent. He started carrying a knife, not for protection, he told himself, but for the weight of it against his leg, the cold promise of steel that made him feel powerful in a world that had rendered him powerless. The blade became his confidant, his secret weapon against the indifference that surrounded him. The transformation didn't happen overnight. Like all monsters, Alfredo Galan evolved gradually, feeding on resentment until it metastasized into something far more dangerous. He began following strangers after his shifts ended, learning their routines, studying their weaknesses. The act of surveillance, once confined to his professional duties, became a private obsession. He would tail unsuspecting victims for blocks, sometimes hours, getting close enough to smell their perfume or cologne, close enough to hear their conversations, close enough to kill. His first murder was almost accidental, or so he would later claim. On January 22, 2003, as dawn painted Madrid's sky in shades of gray and pink, Alfredo encountered his first victim. The details of that initial killing remain shrouded in the killer's own contradictory accounts, but what emerged from the investigation was clear. A life had been taken, blood had been spilled, and Alfredo Galan had discovered something intoxicating about the act of murder. The victim was found with multiple stab wounds, the body positioned with an almost ritualistic precision that would become Alfredo's signature. But most disturbing of all was the playing card left at the scene. A single card from a standard deck, placed deliberately near the corpse like some kind of calling card. This wasn't random violence. This was theater, a performance designed to communicate something that only the killer truly understood. The police initially treated it as an isolated incident, perhaps a robbery gone wrong or a crime of passion. Madrid was a big city, after all, and violent crimes weren't uncommon. But they failed to recognize the careful staging, the deliberate placement of evidence, the cold calculation that had gone into every aspect of the murder. They were looking at the work of someone who had crossed a line from which there was no return, someone who had tasted blood and found it intoxicating. For Alfredo, that first kill was a revelation. The power he felt as his victim's life ebbed away, the control he exercised over another human being's final moments, the godlike authority to decide who lived and who died. It was everything his mundane existence had denied him. The playing card wasn't just a signature. It was a declaration. He was no longer invisible, no longer forgettable. He was death incarnate, and Madrid was his game board. The weeks following that first murder were a study in psychological metamorphosis. Alfredo returned to his security job, maintaining the facade of normalcy while his mind replayed every detail of the killing. He became obsessed with perfecting his technique, with refining his method until murder became an art form. He researched anatomy, studied the most efficient ways to kill, and began collecting playing cards with the dedication of a scholar. But the hunger was growing stronger. One murder wasn't enough. It was merely the first course in a feast that would consume 6 lives before it was satisfied. Alfredo began planning his next kill with the methodical precision of a military operation. He scouted locations, identified potential victims, and rehearsed his approach until every movement was choreographed to perfection. The second murder came 3 weeks later, and this time there was no pretense of accident or spontaneity. This was premeditated, calculated, and executed with a cold efficiency that chilled even seasoned investigators. The victim, chosen seemingly at random, was found in a similar state to the first multiple stab wounds, careful positioning, and a playing card left like a taunting message to the police. The pattern was establishing itself, but still, the authorities failed to recognize what they were dealing with. 2 murders didn't necessarily make a serial killer, and the randomness of the victims made it difficult to establish any clear motive or connection. Alfredo was counting on this confusion, this inability of the police to see the forest for the trees. Each murder was a move in a game only he understood, each playing card a breadcrumb in a trail that led deeper into madness. As winter gave way to spring in Madrid, Alfredo's confidence grew. He was outsmarting the police, terrifying the public, and finally commanding the attention he had craved all his life. The newspapers began reporting on the killings with increasing frequency, and fear started to creep into the city's consciousness. People began looking over their shoulders, avoiding dark streets, and double-checking their locks at night. This fear was intoxicating to Alfredo. For the first time in his life, he was making an impact, forcing an entire city to acknowledge his existence. The playing cards became his brand, his signature in a world that had previously ignored him. He was no longer just Alfredo Galán Sotillo, failed husband and forgotten security guard. He was becoming something else entirely, a force of nature, an agent of chaos, a dealer of death. But with each murder, the addiction grew stronger. The temporary satisfaction of killing lasted for shorter and shorter periods, requiring more frequent fixes to maintain the high. Alfredo began planning multiple murders, mapping out a campaign of terror that would establish his dominance over Madrid streets. He was no longer killing for revenge or even for pleasure. He was killing because it had become as necessary to him as breathing. The third murder marked a turning point in both Alfredo's evolution and the police investigation. This time, witnesses glimpsed a figure fleeing the scene, a man of average build and unremarkable appearance who seemed to dissolve into the urban landscape like smoke. The description was vague, almost generic, but it was the first concrete lead investigators had to work with. Detective Inspector Maria Santos, a 20-year veteran of Madrid's homicide division, was assigned to lead the investigation. She recognized immediately what her colleagues had missed: the staging of the crime scenes, the deliberate placement of the playing cards, the methodical nature of the killings. This wasn't random violence. This was the work of an organized killer, someone who was planning these murders with military precision. Santos began connecting dots that others had overlooked, mapping the locations of the murders and identifying patterns in the killer's behavior. She realized that the playing cards weren't just signatures. They were communications, messages from a killer who wanted to be understood, who craved recognition for his terrible artistry. As spring turned to summer, Alfredo's killing spree intensified. The fourth murder was his most brutal yet, a savage display of violence that seemed to escalate beyond even his previous standards. The victim was found mutilated almost beyond recognition, the body bearing wounds that spoke of rage, of a killer who was losing control even as he gained confidence. The playing card found at this scene was different from the others, not just a random card, but one that seemed chosen with specific intent. Detective Santos studied the card for hours, trying to decode its meaning, to understand what message the killer was trying to send. She began to suspect that the cards weren't random at all, that they told a story only the killer could fully understand. The fifth murder confirmed Santos' worst fears. The killer wasn't just escalating in frequency, he was escalating in violence. This victim bore wounds that suggested the killer had taken his time, had savored the act of murder like a fine wine. The positioning of the body was more elaborate, more theatrical, as if the killer was growing more comfortable with his role as death's choreographer. Madrid was now gripped by fear. The media had dubbed the killer the card dealer, and citizens were afraid to venture out alone after dark. The police were under enormous pressure to solve the case, but Alfredo remained one step ahead, a shadow dancing just beyond the reach of justice. For Alfredo himself, this period represented the peak of his transformation. He had evolved from a bitter, forgotten man into something far more dangerous, a predator who had found his calling in the taking of human life. The murders weren't just crimes anymore. They were expressions of his true self, the self he had kept hidden for 43 years of mundane existence. But evolution has its limits, and Alfredo was about to discover that even the most careful predator can be brought down by a single mistake, a moment of carelessness that would end his reign of terror and reveal the monster hiding behind the mask of ordinariness. The stage was set for the final act of this bloody drama, and Madrid held its breath, waiting to see how the story of the card dealer would end. The summer of 2003 transformed Madrid into a city of whispers and sideways glances, where every shadow held potential menace and every stranger could be death walking upright. Alfredo Galán had evolved from a single killer into an urban legend, a boogeyman whose playing card signatures had become synonymous with sudden, inexplicable violence. The streets that had once been his hunting grounds now trembled at his very existence, and he reveled in the fear that preceded him like a dark herald announcing his presence. Detective Inspector Maria Santos worked 18-hour days, her desk buried under crime scene photographs that told a story of escalating brutality. Each image was a window into a mind that was spiraling deeper into madness, yet somehow maintaining the cold calculation necessary to stay ahead of her investigation. The playing cards mocked her from evidence bags, their colorful faces hiding secrets she couldn't decode, messages from a killer who seemed to understand the game better than anyone else. Alfredo's sixth victim was discovered on a sweltering July morning, the body positioned in a public park where early joggers would be certain to find it. This wasn't about concealment anymore. This was about display, about forcing the city to confront the reality of his power. The corpse bore 17 stab wounds, each one delivered with surgical precision, each one a note in a symphony of violence that only the killer could fully appreciate. The playing card at this scene was the Queen of Hearts, and Detective Santos stared at it for hours, trying to understand its significance. Was the killer targeting women specifically? Was there a romantic element to his madness? Or was the Queen simply another random selection in a game whose rules existed only in a madman's mind? The uncertainty gnawed at her, the feeling that she was always one step behind a killer who seemed to anticipate her every move. Alfredo watched the news coverage from his apartment, cigarette smoke curling around his face like incense in some unholy shrine. The reporters spoke his name, not his real name, which remained unknown, but the moniker the media had bestowed upon him, the card dealer. He savored the fear in their voices, the way they described his crimes with a mixture of revulsion and fascination. For the first time in his life, people were paying attention, really paying attention, and it was intoxicating. But fame came with its own pressures. Each murder had to top the previous one. Each killing had to be more shocking, more memorable, more worthy of the legend he was building. Alfredo began planning his next murder with the intensity of a film director crafting a masterpiece, considering every angle, every detail that would maximize the impact of his artistry. The psychological pressure was mounting on both sides of the investigation. Santos found herself dreaming about playing cards, waking in cold sweats as face cards morphed into the faces of victims she had failed to save. The killer was in her head now, occupying mental real estate that made it impossible to think about anything else. She carried crime scene photos home, spread them across her kitchen table, and stared at them until her eyes burned, searching for the pattern that would unlock the mystery of the card dealer's identity. Meanwhile, Alfredo was discovering that success as a serial killer came with unexpected complications. His co-workers at the security company began commenting on his distracted behavior, his tendency to stare off into space during briefings. His supervisor even asked if he was feeling well, noting dark circles under his eyes and a general air of agitation that seemed to follow him like a toxic cloud. The attention was both thrilling and terrifying. Part of him wanted to confess, to stand up in the middle of the security office and announce that he was the card dealer, that he was the monster terrorizing Madrid. The fantasy of their shocked faces, their sudden realization that death had been sitting among them all along, was almost irresistible. But another part of him, the cautious part that had kept him alive and free for 6 murders, whispered warnings about the dangers of revelation. Santos was closing in, though neither she nor Alfredo realized it yet. Her systematic analysis of the crime scenes had revealed subtle patterns that connected the murders beyond the obvious playing card signatures. The killer had preferences, certain types of locations, specific times of day, particular approaches to his victims. He was human, which meant he had limitations, weaknesses that could be exploited by a determined investigator. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source: security cameras. Madrid was a modern city, bristling with surveillance equipment that captured thousands of hours of footage every day. Santos had been reviewing tapes from cameras near the murder sites, looking for anything unusual, any figure who appeared in multiple locations. It was tedious work, like searching for a specific grain of sand on a beach, but her persistence was about to pay off. On a grainy recording from a camera near the 4th murder site, Santos spotted a figure walking purposefully away from the scene at approximately the right time. The image quality was poor, the lighting inadequate, but there was something about the man's gait, his posture, that suggested familiarity with the area. He wasn't running, wasn't acting like someone fleeing a crime scene, which made him all the more suspicious. Alfredo's 7th victim was found 3 days later, and this time the killer had made a crucial mistake. In his growing confidence, his increasing belief in his own invincibility, He had lingered at the scene longer than usual. A traffic camera had captured him walking away, and while the image was still unclear, it provided a better view of his build and general appearance. Santos created a task force dedicated exclusively to analyzing surveillance footage from all the murder sites. 24 hours a day, detectives stared at monitors, cross-referencing images, building a timeline of the killer's movements through Madrid's electronic nervous system. It was methodical, exhausting work, but it was also the first time they felt like they were hunting the hunter instead of simply cleaning up after his kills. The psychological profile of the killer was becoming clearer as well. Dr. Elena Vasquez, the forensic psychiatrist consulting on the case, painted a picture of a man in his 40s, someone who had experienced significant disappointment or rejection in his personal life. The playing cards suggested a need for attention, for recognition, but also pointed to someone with a methodical mind, someone who planned his crimes with careful attention to detail. Alfredo himself was beginning to feel the pressure. What had started as a game was becoming an obsession that consumed every waking moment. He found himself unable to concentrate on anything other than planning his next murder, refining his technique, perfecting his craft. Sleep came in fragments, interrupted by dreams of blood and playing cards, of victims who wouldn't stay dead, who kept asking him why he had chosen them. The playing cards themselves had taken on an almost mystical significance in his mind. He would spend hours shuffling through deck after deck, waiting for the right card to present itself for his next kill. Each card seemed to whisper different possibilities, different approaches to death that he hadn't yet explored. The King of Spades suggested a male victim, someone who projected authority. The Two of Clubs implied a quick, simple killing. The Ace of Diamonds promised something spectacular, a murder that would eclipse all the others. Santos was working around the clock now, driven by a growing certainty that the killer was accelerating towards some kind of climax. Serial killers often escalated until they made a fatal mistake or were caught, and every instinct she had developed over 2 decades of police work told her that the card dealer was approaching that critical moment. The 8th murder confirmed her worst fears. This victim wasn't just killed. He was obliterated, mutilated with a savagery that spoke of a killer who was losing all restraint. The crime scene looked like an abattoir, blood painting the walls in abstract patterns that would have been beautiful if they hadn't been created by human suffering. The playing card at this scene was the Joker, which Santos interpreted as the killer's way of saying that the rules had changed, that all bets were off. Alfredo himself was surprised by the intensity of his latest kill. He had planned it as carefully as all the others, but once the violence began, something primal had taken control. He found himself unable to stop stabbing, unable to cease the rhythmic motion of the blade sliding into flesh until his victim was barely recognizable as human. The Joker card had seemed appropriate afterward, an acknowledgement that he was no longer playing by any conventional rules. The media coverage reached a fever pitch. Madrid's mayor held press conferences demanding action. Politicians called for increased police patrols, and citizens organized neighborhood watch groups. The card dealer had become more than a killer. He had become a force that was reshaping the very fabric of the city's social life. But fame was a double-edged blade, and Alfredo was beginning to cut himself on its sharp edges. The constant attention, the need to live up to his own reputation, was taking a psychological toll that he hadn't anticipated. He found himself unable to enjoy normal activities, unable to relate to people who didn't understand the artistic vision behind his work. He was becoming as isolated by his success as he had been by his previous failure. Santos sensed that the end was approaching. The killer was making more mistakes, leaving more evidence, taking greater risks. His need for attention was overriding his survival instincts, and that created opportunities for a determined investigator. She worked with renewed intensity, knowing that each day brought the possibility of another murder, another family destroyed by the card dealer's twisted game. The psychological pressure was building on both sides of this deadly cat-and-mouse game. Santos carried the weight of an entire city's fear, while Alfredo bore the burden of expectations that no human being could maintain indefinitely. Something was going to break, and when it did, the collision between hunter and hunted would determine whether justice or chaos would ultimately prevail in Madrid's dark summer of terror. The stage was set for a confrontation that would end the card dealer's reign of terror. But at what cost? How many more would die before the final card was played in this deadly game? September arrived in Madrid like a fever breaking, bringing with it cooler temperatures and the promise of relief from the suffocating heat that had seemed to intensify the city's terror throughout the summer months. But for Alfredo Galán, the changing season brought no respite from the demons that now consumed his every waking moment. 8 murders had transformed him from an invisible nobody into something far more dangerous. A predator whose hunger for violence had grown beyond his ability to control or satisfy. Detective Inspector Maria Santos stood in her office at dawn, studying a wall covered with crime scene photographs, victim profiles, and maps showing the killer's hunting grounds. Red string connected various points like veins in some grotesque anatomy lesson, each line representing a life ended, a family shattered, a piece of Madrid's soul torn away by the card dealer's relentless campaign of terror. She had been living and breathing this case for months, and the investigation had become as much a part of her as her own heartbeat. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a security guard at a bank who had been reviewing routine surveillance footage for an insurance claim. He noticed something odd in the footage from the night of the 5th murder. A man in a security uniform walking past the bank's cameras at a time when no scheduled patrols were supposed to be in the area. The guard was conscientious enough to report the anomaly to his supervisor, who eventually forwarded it to the police task force hunting the card dealer. Santos felt her pulse quicken as she watched the footage. The timestamp placed the figure within blocks of the murder scene, and the timing aligned perfectly with the estimated window for the killing. More importantly, this was the clearest image they had captured of a potential suspect. Clear enough to see that he was wearing a security company uniform, clear enough to begin the process of identification. The investigation that followed was meticulous and methodical. Santos and her team compiled a list of every security company operating in Madrid, cross-referenced their employee rosters with the geographic patterns of the murders, and began the painstaking process of elimination. They were looking for a middle-aged man who worked night shifts, someone whose schedule would allow him to commit murders during the early morning hours when most of the killings had occurred. Alfredo Galán's name appeared on the list, but so did hundreds of others. He was, in every measurable way, completely unremarkable. No criminal record, no history of violence, no red flags that would draw attention. His personnel file described him as reliable but unexceptional, a man who showed up for work on time and caused no trouble. He was, in other words, invisible in exactly the way that had made him such an effective killer. But invisibility cuts both ways, and Santos was skilled at seeing patterns that others missed. She noticed that Alfredo's work schedule aligned almost perfectly with the timing of the murders, that his assigned patrol routes took him through neighborhoods where several of the killings had occurred. Most tellingly, he had called in sick on the morning after each murder, claiming exhaustion or minor illness, exactly the kind of behavior she would expect from someone who had spent the night committing acts of extreme violence. The surveillance operation began on a Tuesday. Unmarked police cars followed Alfredo to and from work, noting his habits, his routes, his interactions with others. What they observed was a man who seemed to exist in a perpetual state of agitation, someone whose movements had the restless quality of a predator denied its prey. He would walk for hours after his shifts ended, wandering through Madrid streets with no apparent destination, pausing occasionally to stare at strangers with an intensity that made several witnesses uncomfortable enough to change direction. Santos watched him through binoculars from an apartment building across from his residence, noting the way he moved, the way he held himself, the subtle signs of a man under tremendous psychological pressure. She had studied enough serial killers to recognize the tells, the nervous energy, the inability to stay still, the constant scanning of the environment for potential victims or threats. Alfredo Galán was a man on the edge, and Santos knew from experience that such men were dangerous in unpredictable ways. Inside his apartment, Alfredo was fighting a war against his own mind. The urge to kill had become a physical need, like hunger or thirst, that demanded satisfaction. He would sit at his kitchen table with a deck of playing cards spread in front of him, shuffling and reshuffling them in patterns that made sense only to him. Each card seemed to whisper possibilities, new victims, new methods, new opportunities to feed the beast that had taken up residence in his soul. But he was also becoming aware that something had changed in the city's atmosphere. People were more cautious, more aware of their surroundings. Police patrols had increased dramatically, and there seemed to be unmarked cars parked in places where they hadn't been before. His paranoia, sharpened by months of living a double life, was beginning to detect the closing of a net around him. The playing cards had evolved beyond mere signatures. They had become a form of communication that he was desperate to continue. Each card left at a crime scene was a message to the world, a declaration of his artistic vision, his superior understanding of life and death. But the messages were becoming more complex, more urgent, as if he sensed that his time was running out and needed to say everything at once. Santos authorized the installation of surveillance equipment in locations where Alfredo frequently walked, hoping to catch him in the act of stalking potential victims or preparing for another kill. The electronic eyes watched him constantly now, recording his movements, his expressions, his interactions with the urban environment that had become his hunting ground. On September 15th, Alfredo selected his 9th victim. The choice was made during one of his post-shift wanderings, when he encountered a young man walking alone through a poorly lit section of the city center. Everything about the encounter felt right to Alfredo: the isolation of the location, the vulnerability of the target, the way the shadows seemed to embrace the potential for violence. He followed the man for several blocks, noting his route, his destination, his habits. This would be his masterpiece, the kill that would cement his legacy as Madrid's most artistic killer. But the surveillance team was watching. Santos received the call at 2:47 a.m., just as Alfredo was positioning himself for the attack. Her officers had observed him following the potential victim, had seen him reach for what appeared to be a concealed weapon, had witnessed the unmistakable behavior of a predator preparing to strike. The decision to intervene came in a split second. They couldn't allow another murder to occur, even if it meant losing the opportunity to catch him in the act. The arrest was swift and professional. Alfredo found himself surrounded by armed police officers before he fully understood what was happening. The knife in his hand, a blade he had sharpened to surgical precision, clattered to the pavement as handcuffs closed around his wrists. For a moment, he stood in stunned silence, unable to process the reality that his reign as the card dealer had come to an abrupt end. Detective Santos arrived at the scene within minutes, her heart pounding with a mixture of relief and anticipation. After months of hunting shadows and chasing ghosts, she was finally face to face with the man who had terrorized Madrid. What she saw was profoundly anticlimactic: a middle-aged security guard in a wrinkled uniform, someone who looked more like a tired civil servant than a monster capable of 8 brutal murders. But she had learned not to judge killers by their appearance. Some of the most dangerous predators she had encountered were masters of camouflage, experts at projecting normalcy while harboring the darkest impulses humanity could produce. Alfredo Galán might look ordinary, but the evidence in his apartment would tell a different story entirely. The search of his residence revealed the full extent of his obsession. Hundreds of playing cards were found scattered throughout the apartment, some arranged in complex patterns on walls and tables, others floating in bowls of what appeared to be diluted blood. Crime scene photographs, not official police photos, but images he had taken himself, covered every surface, creating a gallery of his kills that he had been using for private contemplation and self-congratulation. The most disturbing discovery was a detailed journal in which Alfredo had recorded his thoughts before, during, and after each murder. The entries revealed a mind that had rationalized extreme violence as a form of artistic expression, that had transformed the taking of human life into a creative endeavor worthy of pride and celebration. He was returning to invisibility, this time behind prison bars, and the prospect seemed to distress him more than any concern about his legal fate. The media circus that erupted around his arrest was everything Alfredo had craved and everything Santos had dreaded. Television crews lined the streets outside the police station. Reporters shouted questions at anyone who might have information, and the city that had lived in fear for months now found itself caught up in the strange celebrity that surrounds captured killers. Alfredo Galán, the invisible security guard, had finally achieved the fame he had always sought, though it had come at a price that would ultimately destroy him. As Santos prepared for the lengthy legal proceedings that would follow, She reflected on the nature of the man she had captured. Evil, she had learned over the years, rarely announced itself with horns and pitchforks. More often, it wore the face of ordinary people who had made extraordinary choices, individuals who had crossed lines that most humans could never contemplate crossing. Alfredo Galan was remarkable only in his complete unremarkableness, a reminder that monsters could be anyone, anywhere, hiding behind masks of normalcy until the moment they chose to reveal their true nature. The card dealer's reign of terror was over, but the questions he raised about human nature, about the capacity for evil that exists within seemingly normal people, would linger long after his final playing card had been collected as evidence. The trial of Alfredo Galan Sotillo began on a crisp December morning, 3 months after his arrest had ended Madrid's autumn of terror. The courthouse was a fortress of security, surrounded by barriers and armed guards, as if the building itself understood the magnitude of evil that would be dissected within its walls. Media trucks lined the streets like mechanical vultures, their satellite dishes reaching toward gray skies that seemed to reflect the somber mood of a city still processing the trauma of living under a serial killer's shadow. Detective Inspector Maria Santos sat in the gallery, her weathered hands folded tightly in her lap as she prepared to witness the legal conclusion to the most challenging case of her career. She had pursued monsters before, but none quite like Alfredo Galan, a man whose capacity for violence had been matched only by his gift for invisibility, his ability to walk among ordinary people while harboring the darkest impulses human nature could produce. The defendant entered the courtroom with the same unsettling calm he had displayed during his interrogation. Alfredo wore a simple gray suit that made him look like an accountant or insurance salesman, his unremarkable appearance serving as a stark contrast to the horrific crimes that had brought him to this moment. He moved with the measured steps of someone who had accepted his fate, his eyes scanning the courtroom with clinical detachment, as if he were observing someone else's trial rather than his own. Prosecutor Elena Morales rose to deliver her opening statement, her voice carrying the weight of 8 families' grief and a city's collective trauma. She painted a picture of calculated evil, of a man who had transformed murder into an art form and treated human life as raw material for his twisted creative vision. The playing cards, she explained to the jury, weren't random signatures but deliberate communications from a killer who craved attention, who needed the world to acknowledge his terrible gifts. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," Morales began, her voice steady despite the enormity of what she was describing. Over the course of 9 months, Alfredo Galan Sotillo systematically stalked, terrorized, and murdered 8 innocent people whose only crime was being in the wrong place when this defendant decided to play God. Each victim was someone's child, parent, sibling, friend. Each death was preventable, each life was precious, and each murder was executed with the kind of cold calculation that reveals not a mind disturbed by illness, but a soul corrupted by choice. The defense attorney, court-appointed counsel Roberto Vega, faced an impossible task. His client had confessed to every murder in detail, had shown no remorse, and had left behind a mountain of evidence that made any claim of innocence laughable. Instead, Vega pursued an insanity defense, arguing that no rational person could commit such acts, that the very nature of the crimes proved his client was suffering from severe mental illness that had rendered him incapable of understanding the consequences of his actions. But the prosecution's psychiatric experts painted a different picture entirely. Dr. Elena Vasquez, the forensic psychiatrist who had profiled the killer during the investigation, testified that Alfredo displayed none of the classic symptoms of legal insanity. His crimes were methodical, planned, and executed with clear awareness of their illegality. He had taken precautions to avoid capture, had maintained his job and social facade, and had demonstrated sophisticated understanding of police investigative techniques. "The defendant is not insane," Dr. Vasquez explained to the hushed courtroom. "He is what we call a psychopath, someone who lacks empathy and remorse but retains full cognitive function. He understood that murder was wrong. He simply didn't care. The playing cards weren't the product of delusion but of narcissism. He wanted credit for his crimes. He wanted to be famous, to be feared, to be remembered. And in that desire for recognition, he reveals a mind that was calculating, not compromised." The testimony of family members provided the emotional core of the trial, their grief serving as a counterweight to the clinical analysis of Alfredo's psychology. Maria Hernandez, whose 23-year-old son Carlos had been the card dealer's third victim, spoke through tears about the son who would never walk her down the aisle at her upcoming wedding, never give her grandchildren, never fulfill the promise of a life cut short by senseless violence. "He took my baby," she whispered, her voice barely audible in the silent courtroom. Carlos was going to be an engineer. He was studying, working part-time to pay for school, planning his future. This monster took all of that away, not just from Carlos, but from everyone who loved him. And for what? For attention? For some twisted game with playing cards? There is no punishment severe enough for what he has done. Alfredo showed no reaction to the victim impact statements, sitting motionless as family after family described the devastation his actions had wrought. His lack of response was more chilling than any display of emotion would have been, confirming for many observers that they were witnessing true evil in its most banal form. The evidence phase of the trial was methodical and overwhelming. Crime scene photographs were displayed on large screens, forcing the jury to confront the reality of what Alfredo had done to his victims. The images were sanitized for legal purposes, but they still conveyed the brutal efficiency with which he had ended 8 lives. Each photograph was accompanied by testimony from forensic experts who explained the wounds, the blood patterns, the careful positioning of bodies that revealed a killer who viewed murder as performance art. The playing cards themselves were presented as exhibits, each one sealed in an evidence bag like captured butterflies in a collector's display. The prosecution traced their origins to several different decks that Alfredo had purchased over the months of his killing spree, demonstrating the premeditation that had gone into every aspect of his crimes. Even his choice of cards wasn't random. Analysis revealed patterns in his selections that corresponded to his evolving psychological state and growing confidence as a killer. Detective Santos took the stand on the trial's 8th day, her testimony providing a detailed timeline of the investigation that had ultimately led to Alfredo's capture. She spoke with professional precision about surveillance footage, crime scene analysis, and the painstaking process of elimination that had identified him as a suspect. But when asked about the moment of his arrest, her composure cracked slightly. "I had been hunting this man for months," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "I had seen what he was capable of, had studied his methods until I could almost think like him. But when we finally had him in custody, when I was face to face with the card dealer, what struck me most was how ordinary he looked. Evil, I realized that day, doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It hides behind the mask of normalcy, walking among us undetected until it chooses to reveal itself." The prosecution's case was methodical and devastating. They presented Alfredo's journal entries, read aloud in court like passages from some hellish memoir. His own words condemned him more effectively than any external evidence could, revealing a mind that had rationalized murder as artistic expression, that had transformed human suffering into personal satisfaction. Entry dated March 15th. Prosecutor Morales read from the journal, her voice steady despite the horrific content. The third one was different from the first two, more responsive, more aware of what was happening. I could see the exact moment when hope left his eyes, when he understood that his life was ending. It was beautiful in a way that people who haven't experienced it could never understand. The Queen of Hearts seemed appropriate afterward, love and death intertwined, passion and violence sharing the same space. I am becoming something greater than human, something that transcends the ordinary limitations that bind other people to their mundane existences. The courtroom was silent as the words hung in the air like toxic smoke. Several jurors looked physically ill, and one family member fled the gallery in tears. Alfredo himself showed no reaction, as if he were listening to someone read a grocery list rather than his own confessions to multiple murders. The defense's case was brief and largely symbolic. Expert witnesses testified about Alfredo's troubled childhood, his failed marriage, his struggles with depression and social isolation. They painted a picture of a man failed by society, someone who had been pushed to the breaking point by a lifetime of disappointment and rejection. But their arguments fell flat against the overwhelming evidence of premeditation and the clinical nature of his crimes. Dr. Patricia Ruiz, a psychiatrist called by the defense, attempted to argue that Alfredo's crimes were the result of a psychotic break triggered by accumulated stress and social rejection. But under cross-examination by Prosecutor Morales, she was forced to admit that Alfredo had shown no signs of delusion or disconnection from reality, that his ability to maintain employment and avoid detection for months demonstrated clear cognitive function. Dr. Morales pressed, "Is it your professional opinion that someone in the midst of a psychotic episode could successfully plan and execute 8 murders over 9 months without being detected? It would be unusual," Dr. Ruiz admitted reluctantly. Unusual or impossible? The psychiatrist shifted uncomfortably. Highly unlikely. The trial's most dramatic moment came when Alfredo himself took the stand, against his attorney's advice. His testimony was chilling in its complete lack of remorse or recognition that he had done anything wrong. He spoke about his victims as if they were characters in a novel he had written, objects he had manipulated for artistic purposes rather than human beings he had murdered. "I gave them something," he said, his voice calm and measured. "They were living ordinary lives, going through the same routines day after day, never experiencing anything transcendent or meaningful. I provided that transcendence. Their deaths had purpose, significance. They became part of something larger than themselves." Prosecutor Morales cross-examined him with surgical precision, forcing him to confront the reality of his actions, to acknowledge the humanity of his victims. But Alfredo remained unmoved, his psychological disconnect so complete that he seemed genuinely puzzled by the suggestion that he had done anything wrong. "Do you feel any remorse for what you've done?" Morales asked. "Remorse implies that I did something wrong," Alfredo replied. "An artist doesn't feel remorse for creating art." The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours. When they returned to the courtroom, their faces were grim, their verdict unanimous on all counts. Guilty of 8 counts of first-degree murder, guilty of attempted murder, guilty of terrorism for the fear his actions had instilled in Madrid's population. Judge Carmen Valdez sentenced Alfredo to life in prison without possibility of parole, the harshest sentence available under Spanish law. As she pronounced the sentence, her voice carried the weight of judicial authority backed by moral certainty. "Alfredo Galán Sotillo," she said, "you have been found guilty of crimes that shock the conscience of civilized society. You transformed murder into a game, treated human life as disposable, and terrorized an entire city for your own twisted satisfaction. You will spend the remainder of your natural life in prison, where you will have ample time to contemplate the enormity of what you have done, though I suspect you lack the capacity for such reflection." Alfredo showed no reaction to the sentence, maintaining the same eerie calm he had displayed throughout the trial. As guards led him away in shackles, he turned back once to scan the courtroom, his eyes lingering on the families of his victims as if he were memorizing their faces for some future purpose that only he understood. Detective Santos watched him disappear through the courthouse doors, feeling a complex mixture of satisfaction and exhaustion. The card dealer was finally off Madrid streets, but the scars he had left behind would take much longer to heal. The city would eventually return to normal. People would stop looking over their shoulders on dark streets, but the families he had destroyed would carry their grief forever. In the weeks that followed, Madrid began the slow process of healing. Memorial services were held for the victims, their names carved into a monument that would serve as a permanent reminder of lives lost to senseless violence. The playing cards that had once symbolized terror were quietly removed from evidence storage and destroyed, their power to frighten finally neutralized. Alfredo Galán settled into prison life with the same unremarkable efficiency he had brought to his security job and his murder spree. He was placed in solitary confinement for his own protection, spending 23 hours a day in a small cell that contained nothing more than a bed, a toilet, and a small table. The guards reported that he was a model prisoner, quiet and compliant, causing no trouble for staff or other inmates. But even in prison, the card dealer's story wasn't quite finished. Alfredo began receiving letters from around the world, some from criminologists studying his case, others from disturbed individuals who admired his crimes. He answered every letter with the same methodical precision he had brought to his murders, creating a written record of his thoughts and philosophies that would provide material for future researchers trying to understand the criminal mind. Prison psychologists who evaluated him found no change in his fundamental personality or worldview. He remained convinced that his crimes had been artistic achievements, that his victims had been honored to participate in his creative vision. The complete absence of remorse, the total inability to recognize the humanity of his victims, marked him as one of the most dangerous individuals the Spanish penal system had ever housed. Years passed, but Alfredo Galan's crimes continued to fascinate criminologists, true crime enthusiasts, and students of human psychology. His case was studied in universities, analyzed in academic papers, and featured in documentaries that tried to understand how an ordinary man could transform into a monster capable of such calculated evil. Detective Santos eventually retired from the Madrid police force, but she never forgot the case that had defined the final years of her career. She occasionally received letters from researchers studying the car dealer case, requests for interviews and insights into the investigation. She always declined, feeling that enough attention had already been paid to Alfredo Galan's twisted legacy. The families of his victims found their own ways to cope with their loss. Some became advocates for victims' rights, channeling their grief into efforts to prevent similar tragedies. Others retreated from public life, seeking privacy and healing away from the media attention that had surrounded the trial. All of them carried scars that would never fully heal, reminders of the night when evil had visited their lives and taken what could never be replaced. Madrid itself bore its own scars from the car dealer's reign of terror. The city had learned that monsters could walk among ordinary people, that evil could wear the face of a security guard or office worker or neighbor. The illusion of safety that most people carry through their daily lives had been shattered for many residents, replaced by a heightened awareness of their own vulnerability. But cities, like people, have remarkable capacity for healing. Madrid's streets gradually returned to their normal rhythms, filled with citizens going about their daily business without constantly looking over their shoulders. The car dealer became history, his crimes relegated to the archives of Spanish criminal justice, his name remembered mainly by those who study such dark chapters in human behavior. Alfredo Galan Sotillo remains in prison today, a forgotten man serving a life sentence for crimes that briefly made him the most feared person in Spain. He spends his days reading, writing letters, and staring at the walls of his cell, no longer the center of attention he had craved but had achieved through such horrific means. The playing cards that once announced his presence at crime scenes have been replaced by the monotonous routine of institutional life, his artistic vision reduced to the mundane reality of counting days until death. His story serves as a reminder that evil often hides behind the most ordinary facades, that monsters aren't always obvious in their monstrosity. The car dealer's legacy isn't his crimes themselves, but the questions they raise about the nature of human evil, about the capacity for violence that exists within seemingly normal people, about the thin line that separates civilization from chaos. In the end, Alfredo Galan achieved the recognition he had always craved, but at a cost that destroyed not only his victims but ultimately himself. He had wanted to be remembered, to be famous, to leave a mark on the world that would outlast his mundane existence. He succeeded, but his legacy is one of horror rather than achievement, of lives destroyed rather than lives enriched, of darkness rather than light. The car dealer's reign of terror lasted only 9 months, but its impact will echo through Madrid's collective memory for generations to come. A cautionary tale about the monsters that walk among us, waiting for their moment to reveal their true nature and claim their terrible place in history. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3: The Viennese Housemaid's Killer. Vienna, 1950. The city of Mozart and waltzes harbored a nightmare that would shatter the peace of countless households forever. When the first housemaid was discovered, her lifeless eyes staring into eternity, the authorities dismissed it as an isolated tragedy. But evil had taken root in the shadows of Austria's most elegant capital. 23 young women, 23 dreams extinguished, 23 families left to wonder why their daughters never came home. This is the story of Hugo Schenk, the monster who turned Vienna's most trusted homes into hunting grounds, and how one man's twisted obsession with control and domination left an entire city trembling behind locked doors. The housemaids trusted him. They welcomed him into their quarters. They never suspected that the charming gentleman caller was actually orchestrating their destruction, one calculated murder at a time. Tonight, we uncover the horrifying truth about Austria's most prolific serial killer, a predator so cunning, so methodical, that he almost escaped justice entirely. Welcome to a journey into the darkest corners of human depravity, where innocence was preyed upon, trust was weaponized, and death came dressed in a gentleman's coat. The gas lamps flickered against Vienna's cobblestone streets as autumn settled over the city in 1884. The Habsburg capital gleamed with imperial grandeur, its palaces and coffee houses bustling with the refined elegance that defined fin de siècle Austria. Yet within this world of cultured sophistication, a darkness was about to unfold that would expose the rotting underbelly of Victorian society. Hugo Schenk appeared to be everything a respectable Viennese gentleman should be. Tall, well-dressed, with piercing blue eyes and a carefully groomed mustache, he possessed the kind of magnetic charm that opened doors throughout Vienna's social circles. Born in 1849 to a middle-class family, Schenk had cultivated an image of worldly sophistication that masked the predatory intelligence lurking behind his pleasant smile. By day, he presented himself as a successful businessman with interests in various enterprises across the city. His clothing was always immaculate, his manner refined, his conversation peppered with references to literature and philosophy that impressed the naive young women who crossed his path. But this carefully constructed facade concealed a mind twisted by an insatiable hunger for control, domination, and ultimately, death. The housemaids of Vienna lived in a precarious world. These young women, often arriving from rural villages with dreams of better lives in the capital, found themselves isolated and vulnerable in a city that viewed them as little more than invisible servants. They worked long hours for meager wages, living in cramped quarters above the grand homes they maintained, desperately seeking any opportunity for companionship or romance that might elevate their circumstances. Schenk recognized their desperation with the keen eye of a predator. He understood that these women craved affection, security, and the promise of a better future. More importantly, he realized that their marginal social status meant their disappearances would barely register with the authorities. They were perfect victims, isolated, trusting, and ultimately disposable. His method was as calculated as it was cruel. Schenk would frequent the markets, parks, and churches where housemaids gathered during their precious hours of freedom. With his refined appearance and cultured manner, he stood out like a beacon of possibility in their drab world. He would strike up seemingly innocent conversations, complimenting their appearance, asking about their work, expressing sympathy for their difficult circumstances. The young women were immediately drawn to this sophisticated gentleman who treated them with a respect they rarely experienced. Schenk was a master manipulator, skilled at reading their deepest desires and fears. To the lonely ones, he offered companionship. To the ambitious ones, he promised connections that could improve their station. To the romantic ones, he whispered sweet words of love and marriage. His first known victim was Anna Bickler, a 19-year-old from Upper Austria who worked for a wealthy merchant family near the Ringstrasse. Anna was everything Schenk found irresistible: young, naive, desperate for love, and completely isolated from anyone who might protect her. She had arrived in Vienna only months earlier, her head filled with dreams of finding a respectable husband and escaping the grinding poverty of her village upbringing. Schenk encountered Anna at the Naschmarkt on a crisp October morning in 1884. She was purchasing vegetables for her employer's household when this distinguished gentleman approached, offering to carry her heavy baskets. His kindness overwhelmed her. No man of his obvious station had ever shown her such consideration. When he suggested they meet for coffee the following Sunday, her heart raced with possibilities she had only dared dream about. Their courtship followed a pattern Schenk would perfect over the coming years. He showered Anna with attention, small gifts, and promises of a future together. He spoke of his business ventures, his travels, his connections among Vienna's elite. Most importantly, he listened to her hopes and fears with an intensity that made her feel seen and valued for the first time in her young life. But Schenk's attentiveness served a darker purpose. Every conversation was reconnaissance, every gentle inquiry a probe for weakness. He learned about Anna's schedule, her employer's habits, her financial desperation. He discovered that she sent most of her meager wages home to support her ailing mother, leaving herself with barely enough for basic necessities. This vulnerability would become the key to his trap. After weeks of careful grooming, Schenk made his move. He approached Anna with a proposition that seemed like divine intervention. He knew of a wealthy widow who needed a personal maid and was willing to pay triple the usual wages. The position was temporary, just a few months, but the money would be enough to secure Anna's future and help her family back home. The opportunity was too good to refuse, but there was one condition. The widow was extremely reclusive and demanded absolute discretion. Anna would need to give her current employer notice immediately and tell no one about her new position. She would meet Schenk at a designated location, and he would escort her to her new workplace personally. Anna's excitement blinded her to the obvious red flags. The promise of financial security and Schenk's apparent concern for her welfare seemed like answered prayers. She gave her notice, packed her few belongings, and met Schenk at the arranged location, a quiet street corner near the Danube Canal as evening shadows lengthened across the city. What happened next would remain Schenk's secret for years to come. Anna Bickler simply vanished from the face of the earth. Her employer assumed she had found better work elsewhere. Her family received no letters, but that wasn't unusual for someone starting a new position. In a city of nearly 2 million people, one missing housemaid barely registered as a ripple in the vast urban ocean. But for Hugo Schenk, Anna's disappearance marked the beginning of a terrifying evolution. The act of murder had satisfied something deep and primal within his twisted psyche. The absolute power he had wielded over another human being. The moment when fear replaced trust in his victim's eyes. The final surrender to his will. It was intoxicating beyond anything he had ever experienced. The disposal of Anna's body demonstrated the methodical planning that would characterize all of Schenk's future crimes. He had scouted locations for weeks, identifying remote areas along the Danube where a body might never be found, or if discovered, would be too decomposed to reveal the cause of death. He understood that the key to avoiding detection was not just in the killing, but in the aftermath, making his victims disappear so completely that they became mere statistics rather than active investigations. As winter settled over Vienna, Schenk was already hunting his next victim. The success of his first murder had unleashed something monstrous within him, but it had also taught him valuable lessons about method and technique. He realized that his greatest weapon wasn't physical strength or traditional weapons, it was trust. His victims came to him willingly, their guard lowered by his charm and their desperation for human connection. The social dynamics of 1880s Vienna played perfectly into Schenk's hands. The rigid class system meant that housemaids lived in a shadow world, visible to their employers only as functional objects rather than human beings worthy of protection or concern. Their isolation made them ideal targets, while their low social status ensured that their disappearances generated minimal official interest. Schenk also understood the power of psychology in selecting and grooming his victims. He avoided the bold or suspicious ones, focusing instead on women whose personalities and circumstances made them particularly vulnerable to manipulation. He looked for signs of loneliness, desperation, or naivety that he could exploit. Most importantly, he identified women whose disappearances would create the least disruption, those without strong family connections in the city, without boyfriends or close friends who might ask uncomfortable questions. His second victim, Maria Riedel, disappeared in December 1884. Like Anna, she was young, lonely, and desperately in need of the financial opportunity Schenk dangled before her. The pattern was identical: weeks of courtship, the promise of better employment, the demand for secrecy, and finally, the arranged meeting that led to her death. By the time 1885 dawned over Vienna, Hugo Schenk had discovered his true calling. He had found a method of murder that played to his strengths while minimizing his risks. More terrifyingly, he had developed an appetite for killing that grew stronger with each successful hunt. The housemaids of Vienna had no idea that death was stalking them in the form of a charming gentleman. But their nightmare was just beginning. The authorities remained blissfully unaware that a serial killer was operating in their midst. Missing persons reports from the servant class were routinely dismissed or filed away without investigation. After all, these women were transient by nature, here today, gone tomorrow in search of better opportunities or marriages that might elevate their station. No one connected the disappearances because no one was looking for a pattern. As Schenk refined his technique and expanded his hunting grounds, Vienna's housemaids continued their daily routines, unaware that their trust and desperation had made them prey to one of the most prolific serial killers in European history. The stage was set for years of terror that would claim 23 lives before the monster would finally be stopped. The gentleman predator had found his calling, and Vienna would never be the same. The winter of 1885 transformed Vienna into a crystalline maze of shadows and secrets. Snow muffled the clip-clop of horse hooves on cobblestones, while gas lamps cast eerie halos through the frigid air. For Hugo Schenk, the cold months provided perfect cover for his increasingly systematic campaign of murder. The shortened days and early darkness gave him extended opportunities to hunt, while the harsh weather kept potential witnesses indoors and bodies hidden until spring's thaw revealed his handiwork. Schenk had evolved from opportunistic killer to methodical predator. The success of his first two murders had taught him valuable lessons about victim selection, crime scene management, and the art of remaining invisible to law enforcement. He began keeping detailed mental notes about his targets, their schedules, their vulnerabilities, their social connections. What emerged was a terrifying portrait of a man who had turned murder into a precise science. His hunting grounds expanded throughout Vienna's vast network of neighborhoods, each offering different advantages for his deadly work. The Leopoldstadt district, with its maze of narrow streets and cramped tenements, provided easy access to working-class women while offering numerous escape routes. The elegant neighborhoods around the Ringstrasse were home to wealthy families who employed multiple servants, creating a steady supply of potential victims. The industrial areas near the Danube Canal offered isolated locations perfect for disposing of bodies. Schenk's third victim, Theresa Kettenbach, worked as a kitchen maid for a prominent banker's family in the Innere Unlike his previous victims, Theresa was not naive about the dangers that could befall a young woman alone in the city. She had survived 3 years in Vienna by being cautious, avoiding situations that seemed too good to be true, and maintaining a healthy skepticism about men who showed her unexpected attention. But Schenk had learned to adapt his approach to different personality types. With Theresa, he abandoned his usual promises of romantic love and better employment. Instead, he presented himself as a concerned citizen who had witnessed an injustice done to her by her employer. He claimed to have connections with legal authorities who could help her seek compensation for unpaid wages and mistreatment. The lie was masterfully crafted. Schenk had indeed observed Theresa's workplace, noting the harsh treatment she received from the banker's wife and the visible exhaustion that marked her features after particularly difficult days. His offer to help seemed both plausible and appealing to a young woman who felt powerless against the casual cruelty of her social superiors. Theresa's murder in January 1885 demonstrated Schenk's growing confidence and sophistication. He had arranged to meet her near the Karlskirche under the pretense of introducing her to a sympathetic lawyer. The location was public enough to seem safe, yet isolated enough in the winter evening to provide opportunities for violence. When Theresa arrived at the designated spot, she found Schenk waiting with what appeared to be official documents and a carriage to transport her to the lawyer's office. The carriage ride would be her last. Schenk had prepared the vehicle specifically for murder, with modifications that prevented his victims from escaping and soundproofing that muffled their final screams. The interior had been lined with oilcloth that could be easily cleaned of blood, while false compartments allowed him to conceal weapons and restraints until the moment of attack. Theresa's death was particularly brutal. Unlike his first two victims, who had died relatively quickly from strangulation, she fought back with desperate fury when she realized her situation. Schenk was forced to subdue her with violence that went far beyond what was necessary for murder. The savage beating he inflicted seemed to awaken something even darker within his psyche, a hunger for suffering that would characterize his later crimes. The disposal of Teresa's body marked another evolution in Schenk's methodology. Rather than simply dumping her remains in the Danube, he took time to mutilate the corpse in ways that would make identification difficult if it was ever discovered. He removed her fingers to prevent fingerprint identification, extracted her teeth to make dental records useless, and disfigured her face beyond recognition. The methodical destruction of Teresa's identity revealed a mind that had moved beyond simple murder into realms of almost ritualistic cruelty. Spring's arrival in 1885 brought no relief from Schenk's campaign of terror. If anything, the warmer weather and longer days expanded his opportunities for hunting. The parks and markets filled with young women enjoying their brief hours of freedom, while the improved travel conditions allowed him to expand his hunting grounds beyond Vienna proper into the surrounding countryside. His fourth victim, Josephine Kaltenbrunner, was approached at a church social in the Alsergrund district. Schenk had begun frequenting religious gatherings, recognizing that the atmosphere of Christian fellowship made women more trusting and less suspicious of his motives. He presented himself as a devout Catholic businessman looking for a God-fearing woman to manage his household staff. Josephine was deeply religious and desperately unhappy in her current position with a family that mocked her faith and demanded she work on Sundays. Schenk's offer seemed like divine providence, a chance to serve a Christian household while earning wages that would allow her to help support the orphanage where she had been raised. The position he described was exactly what she had prayed for during countless hours kneeling before church altars. But Schenk's newfound interest in religious venues served purposes beyond victim recruitment. He had discovered that churches provided excellent opportunities for surveillance and intelligence gathering. The confessional atmosphere encouraged women to share their deepest fears and secrets, while the communal nature of worship allowed him to observe family dynamics and identify women who were isolated or vulnerable. Josephine's murder in May 1885 took place in a rented room near the Prater, where Schenk claimed his household was temporarily relocated while renovations were completed on his main residence. The room had been prepared with the same meticulous attention to detail that characterized all his crimes: soundproofed walls, multiple exit routes, and supplies for body disposal already in place. The killing itself revealed Schenk's growing sadistic tendencies. Rather than dispatching Josephine quickly, he prolonged her suffering with torture that seemed designed to maximize her terror and pain. He forced her to write letters to her former employers and the orphanage, explaining that she had found wonderful new employment and would be traveling extensively. These letters, mailed after her death, helped maintain the illusion that his victims had simply moved on to better circumstances. By summer 1885, Schenk had established a routine that balanced maximum efficiency with minimal risk. He would spend weeks studying potential victims, learning their habits, fears, and desires. He would then initiate contact in settings that seemed safe and respectable: churches, markets, employment agencies, or charitable organizations. The courtship phase typically lasted several weeks, during which he would gradually gain their trust while gathering intelligence about their circumstances. The actual murders took place in carefully prepared locations that Schenk rented or purchased specifically for killing. He maintained several such sites throughout Vienna and its suburbs, rotating between them to avoid suspicion from neighbors or landlords. Each location was equipped with the tools and materials necessary for murder and body disposal, creating a network of death chambers that allowed him to operate with industrial efficiency. His fifth victim, Maria Breitender, disappeared in July 1885 after accepting what she believed was a position as governess for a wealthy merchant's children. Her murder location was a cottage in the Vienna woods that Schenk had purchased under a false name, ostensibly as a summer retreat. The isolated setting allowed him to take his time with the killing, exploring new depths of cruelty that satisfied his growing appetite for suffering. The cottage became Schenk's favorite killing ground, a place where he could indulge his darkest fantasies without fear of interruption. The basement had been converted into a torture chamber equipped with restraints, implements of pain, and drainage systems designed to handle large quantities of blood. Here, his victims endured hours of agony before death finally released them from their ordeal. Schenk's methodology continued evolving throughout 1885 and 1886. He began keeping trophies from his victims, locks of hair, pieces of jewelry, personal items that held special meaning. These souvenirs were carefully catalogued and stored in a hidden room within his Vienna apartment, creating a museum of murder that he would visit when the urge to kill became overwhelming. The psychological aspects of his crimes also grew more complex. Schenk began to see himself as a collector of human suffering, an artist whose medium was terror and death. He started experimenting with different methods of killing, not out of practical necessity but from intellectual curiosity about human pain thresholds and fear responses. Some victims were strangled, others stabbed, still others beaten to death with hammers or clubs. His 6th through 10th victims fell between August 1885 and March 1886, each murder representing a new refinement of his technique or exploration of his sadistic impulses. Anna Fritsch was killed with poison, allowing Schenk to observe the slow progression of symptoms and his victims' growing awareness of her fate. Elizabeth Kracke was tortured with heated metal implements before being strangled. Magdalena Dorfinger was forced to dig her own grave in the cottage basement before being buried alive. Each crime was meticulously documented in Schenk's private journals, written in a code of his own devising that mixed German, Latin, and mathematical symbols. These records revealed a mind that had moved far beyond simple homicidal impulses into realms of almost scientific interest in human suffering. He noted his victims' reactions to different forms of torture, their final words, the exact time it took them to die under various circumstances. The authorities remained completely unaware of the epidemic of murder plaguing Vienna's servant class. Missing persons reports were filed and promptly forgotten, while the letters Schenk forced his victims to write before killing them provided plausible explanations for their disappearances. The social invisibility that made housemaids perfect targets also made their deaths perfect crimes. As 1886 progressed, Schenk's confidence reached dangerous levels. He began taking greater risks, approaching victims in more public settings, maintaining contact with them for shorter periods before luring them to their deaths. His 11th victim, Caroline Schiestel, was murdered less than a week after he first encountered her at a job placement agency. The accelerating pace of his crimes reflected not just growing confidence but increasing compulsion. The intervals between murders were becoming shorter as his hunger for killing intensified. The hunting grounds of Vienna had become a vast network of death traps, each carefully baited and maintained by a predator who had perfected the art of murder. For the city's housemaids, every friendly stranger, every job offer, every promise of a better life could be a doorway to unimaginable horror. They had no way of knowing that their trust was being weaponized by a monster who saw them not as human beings but as raw material for his increasingly elaborate fantasies of power and control. The gentleman predator was approaching the height of his powers, and his victims were running out of time. The year 1887 marked a terrifying escalation in Hugo Schenk's reign of terror. What had begun as opportunistic killings had evolved into a systematic campaign of murder that consumed the city's most vulnerable population with industrial efficiency. By this time, Schenk had refined his methods to such a degree that he could identify, stalk, capture, torture, and dispose of victims with a precision that bordered on the supernatural. His apartment on Praterstrasse had been transformed into a macabre command center for his operations. Behind a false wall, he maintained detailed files on dozens of potential victims, complete with photographs he had taken surreptitiously, maps of their daily routines, and psychological profiles that identified their specific vulnerabilities. The room resembled nothing so much as a military intelligence operation, with strings connecting photographs to locations, dates marked for optimal hunting conditions, and backup plans for every conceivable contingency. Schenk's 12th victim, Rosa Preslauer, represented a new level of calculated cruelty. Unlike his previous targets, Rosa was not a housemaid but a seamstress who worked from her small apartment near the Naschmarkt. Schenk had observed her for months, noting her regular visits to the market, her solitary meals at cheap restaurants, and most importantly, her complete isolation from family or friends who might notice her disappearance. The approach he used with Rosa demonstrated his growing psychological sophistication. Rather than presenting himself as a romantic interest or potential employer, He adopted the persona of a concerned neighbor who had noticed signs of illness in her appearance. He claimed to be connected with a charitable organization that provided medical care to working women, offering her free treatment for what he suggested might be a serious condition requiring immediate attention. Rosa's desperation made her susceptible to this particular deception. She had indeed been feeling unwell for weeks, suffering from symptoms that she couldn't afford to have properly diagnosed by a physician. The prospect of free medical care seemed like a miracle, especially when delivered by such a kind and well-dressed gentleman who seemed genuinely concerned for her welfare. The medical facility where Schenk took Rosa was actually a warehouse he had converted specifically for extended torture sessions. The space was equipped with restraints designed to keep victims conscious and aware throughout prolonged periods of agony, while medical instruments provided tools for inflicting precise amounts of damage without causing immediate death. Rosa's ordeal lasted 3 days. Schenk had become fascinated by the human capacity for suffering, conducting what he viewed as scientific experiments on pain tolerance and fear responses. He kept meticulous notes on her reactions to different stimuli, the progression of her psychological breakdown, and the exact methods that proved most effective at breaking her will to live. The warehouse also served as a disposal facility where Schenk had perfected his methods of body destruction. A furnace installed ostensibly for heating was actually designed to cremate human remains, while acid baths could dissolve flesh and bone with minimal trace evidence. By 1887, he had eliminated the risk of body discovery entirely, ensuring that his victims simply vanished from existence without leaving any physical proof of their fate. His 13th through 15th victims disappeared in rapid succession during the summer of 1887. Antonia Kaltner, Franziska Steiner, and Josephine Kohler were all working-class women who fell for variations of Schenk's increasingly sophisticated deceptions. Each murder was more elaborate than the last, as Schenk explored new methods of torture and developed increasingly complex psychological games to play with his victims before their deaths. The psychological component of his crimes had become as important as the physical violence. Schenk would spend hours explaining to his victims exactly what he planned to do to them, describing in clinical detail the pain they would experience and the ultimate futility of their situation. He seemed to derive as much pleasure from their mental anguish as from their physical suffering, often prolonging the psychological torture for days before beginning the actual killing process. By autumn 1887, Schenk's operation had expanded to include accomplices who helped him identify and track potential victims. These were not partners in murder, but unwitting conspirators, servants in wealthy households who provided information about their colleagues' schedules and circumstances, employment agents who steered vulnerable women toward his fraudulent job offers, and even clerks in government offices who helped him obtain the documentation needed for his various false identities. His network of informants operated throughout Vienna, creating an intelligence system that gave him unprecedented access to the city's most vulnerable populations. He had cultivated sources in dozens of households, identifying not just potential victims but also their personal histories, financial situations, and psychological weaknesses that could be exploited during the grooming process. The 16th victim, Martha Lowenstein, was selected specifically because she represented a new challenge for Schenk's evolving methods. Unlike his previous targets, Martha was intelligent, well-educated, and naturally suspicious. She had survived several years as a governess in wealthy households by maintaining strict boundaries and avoiding situations that seemed potentially dangerous. Schenk spent months developing the persona he would use to approach Martha. He studied her interests, her religious beliefs, and her intellectual pursuits, eventually presenting himself as a professor of literature who needed assistance cataloging a private library. The position he offered was respectable, well-paying, and involved work that matched her educational background perfectly. Martha's murder in November 1887 required all of Schenk's accumulated expertise in manipulation and violence. Her intelligence made her more observant of inconsistencies in his story, while her education gave her vocabulary to articulate her growing suspicions. The psychological battle between predator and prey lasted several weeks before Schenk finally succeeded in luring her to the warehouse. The extended nature of Martha's capture and murder seemed to energize Schenk's already fevered imagination. Her death marked the beginning of his most prolific period, during which he would kill 7 victims in the space of 4 months. The accelerating pace reflected not just improved efficiency but an addiction to murder that had begun consuming his entire existence. His 17th through 21st victims fell between December 1887 and March 1888. Each murder was more elaborate and sadistic than the last, as Schenk pushed the boundaries of human endurance and his own capacity for cruelty. He began incorporating elements of ritualistic murder, arranging his victims' bodies in specific positions and performing ceremonies of his own devising that seemed designed to maximize his sense of power over life and death. The warehouse had been expanded to include multiple chambers dedicated to different aspects of the killing process. One room was designed for initial capture and restraint, another for psychological torture, a third for physical torture, and finally a chamber where the actual murders took place. The progression through these spaces created a horrifying assembly line of death that allowed Schenk to process multiple victims simultaneously while savoring every moment of their destruction. His 22nd victim, Amelie Deininger, represented the culmination of everything Schenk had learned about human psychology and vulnerability. Amelie was a widow who had lost her husband in an industrial accident, leaving her desperate for both emotional and financial support. Schenk approached her as a businessman who had known her late husband, offering both condolences and practical assistance in the form of employment opportunities. The deception was so perfectly crafted that Amelie never suspected danger until she was already completely in Schenk's power. He had researched her husband's death extensively, learning enough details about the accident and the man's life to create a completely convincing backstory for their supposed relationship. Amelie's gratitude for his kindness made her completely defenseless against his predatory intentions. Amelie's murder in April 1888 would prove to be Schenk's masterpiece of cruelty. He kept her alive for over a week, alternating between periods of seemingly genuine kindness and sessions of unimaginable torture. The psychological whiplash was designed to break her mind completely, leaving her unable to distinguish between reality and nightmare by the time her ordeal finally ended. But even as Schenk reached the height of his murderous powers, cracks were beginning to appear in his carefully constructed facade. The sheer volume of his crimes had created logistical challenges that tested even his meticulous planning abilities. Disposing of 22 bodies had required enormous quantities of fuel for the crematorium and acid for the dissolution process, purchases that were beginning to attract attention from suppliers. More dangerously, his psychological state was deteriorating under the strain of maintaining multiple false identities while satisfying an increasingly compulsive need to kill. The intervals between murders had shortened from months to weeks to days, and he was finding it difficult to function in normal social situations without betraying signs of his homicidal obsession. His 23rd and final victim, Katharina Steininger, was selected not through his usual careful stalking process but through an almost random encounter at a train station. Katharina was traveling to Vienna from her village home to seek employment in the capital, carrying all her worldly possessions in a single battered suitcase. Her vulnerability was so obvious that Schenk couldn't resist approaching her immediately, abandoning his usual cautious methodology for the thrill of spontaneous predation. The deviation from his established patterns would prove to be a fatal mistake. Katharina's family knew her exact travel plans and expected her to write immediately upon arriving in Vienna. When no letter arrived and inquiries to the address she had provided revealed no knowledge of her whereabouts, her brothers traveled to the capital to search for her personally. Their investigation would crack open the carefully constructed wall of silence that had protected Schenk's crimes for nearly 4 years. The crescendo of carnage that had claimed 23 lives was finally approaching its conclusion, but not before Vienna's most prolific killer would add one final victim to his horrific legacy. The gentleman predator's reign of terror was about to meet its end, but the scars he had left on Vienna's collective psyche would never fully heal. The city that had once seemed safe and civilized had been revealed as a hunting ground where trust was a weapon and kindness was a mask for unspeakable evil. The crisp morning of May 15, 1888, began like any other in Hugo Schenk's carefully ordered world of deception and death. He stood before his bedroom mirror, adjusting his silk tie with the same meticulous precision he applied to stalking his victims. But unknown to the monster who had terrorized Vienna's working class for 4 bloody years, this would be his final day of freedom. The walls of his empire of murder were about to collapse, bringing down not just a killer, but exposing the rotting foundations of a society that had allowed such horrors to flourish in its shadows. Katharina Steininger's brothers, Franz and Johann, had arrived in Vienna 3 days earlier with a determination that bordered on obsession. Unlike the countless other families whose daughters had vanished into Schenk's web of death, the Steininger men possessed both the resources and the stubborn rural persistence necessary to pierce the veil of indifference that protected predators who preyed upon the powerless. The brothers had begun their investigation at the Westbahnhof, where Katharina's train from Salzburg had arrived. Through patient questioning of porters, ticket agents, and other travelers, they gradually reconstructed their sister's final hours of freedom. A porter remembered seeing a well-dressed gentleman approach a young woman matching Katharina's description, offering to help with her luggage and providing directions to respectable lodging houses. The description of this helpful stranger struck Franz as suspicious. His sister was naturally cautious and would never have accepted assistance from a complete stranger without good reason. More importantly, Katharina had specific instructions about where to stay in Vienna, directions provided by a family friend who had arranged for her initial employment interviews. She would have had no need for guidance from a stranger at the train station. Their investigation led them to a network of employment agencies that catered to domestic workers arriving from the provinces. Here, they encountered their first real breakthrough when an agency clerk named Hermann Fleischer recognized the description of the well-dressed gentleman. The man had been a frequent visitor to the agency over the past several years, ostensibly looking for qualified domestic staff for various employers throughout the city. Fleischer's information was disturbing in its implications. The gentleman, who had provided various names during his visits, always requested specific types of workers: young women, recently arrived from rural areas with no family connections in Vienna. He claimed to represent wealthy families who preferred servants without local ties, explaining that such workers were less likely to be distracted by social relationships during their employment. The pattern was so obvious in retrospect that Fleischer felt sick with realization. Dozens of young women had been directed to positions arranged by this mysterious gentleman, and none had ever returned to the agency for subsequent employment. At the time, this had seemed natural. Successful placements rarely led to return clients. But now, with the benefit of hindsight and the Steininger brothers' persistent questions, the disappearances took on a sinister significance. Franz and Johann expanded their investigation to other employment agencies throughout the city, discovering that the same well-dressed gentleman had been operating from multiple locations under different names. The scope of his activities was staggering. Agency records suggested that he had arranged employment for over 50 young women during the past 4 years, with none of them ever being seen again after their initial placement. The breakthrough came when Johann remembered Katharina mentioning a specific detail in her final letter home. She had written that a helpful gentleman at the train station had recommended a particular boarding house near the Prater, where she could stay safely while searching for employment. The brothers tracked down this establishment and discovered that while Katharina had indeed inquired about rooms, she had never actually checked in. The boarding house proprietor, Anna Zillick, remembered the incident clearly because of its unusual circumstances. A well-dressed gentleman had arrived shortly after the young woman's inquiry, claiming to be her uncle and explaining that family arrangements had been made for her accommodation elsewhere. He had thanked Frau Zillick for her kindness and left with what he claimed was his niece, who seemed confused but compliant. Frau Zillick's description of the gentleman was detailed enough to be useful, and more importantly, she had noticed something that would prove crucial to the investigation. The man wore a distinctive gold signet ring bearing what appeared to be a family crest, and he carried an expensive walking stick with an ornate silver handle. These details, combined with his refined speech and obvious familiarity with Vienna's geography, suggested someone of genuine social standing rather than a common criminal. Armed with this information, the Steininger brothers approached the Vienna police with evidence that could no longer be dismissed or ignored. The sheer scope of the disappearances, combined with the consistent descriptions of the mysterious gentleman, painted a picture of systematic predation that demanded official investigation. Inspector Karl Brenner, a veteran detective with the Criminal Investigation Department, initially approached the case with the same skepticism that had protected Schenk for so long. Missing domestic workers were hardly unusual in a city of Vienna's size, and the tendency of such women to move frequently between positions made tracking their movements virtually impossible. But the Steininger brothers' methodical documentation and the pattern they had uncovered was compelling enough to warrant serious attention. Brenner assigned Detective Sergeant Otto Riedel to work with the brothers, beginning a systematic review of missing person reports filed over the previous 4 years. What they discovered was staggering in its implications. Over 60 young women fitting the same general profile had been reported missing during this period, with the vast majority of disappearances occurring after contact with employment agencies or chance encounters with helpful strangers. The investigation expanded rapidly as patterns emerged from the data. The disappearances clustered around certain neighborhoods and time periods, suggesting a predator who operated from specific bases and followed seasonal hunting patterns. More disturbing still was the discovery that several of the missing women had written letters home shortly after their disappearances, explaining that they had found excellent employment and would be traveling extensively with their new employers. Detective Riedel's analysis of these letters revealed subtle inconsistencies that suggested forgery or coercion. The handwriting, while apparently authentic, showed signs of stress and haste. The content, while reassuring to worried families, contained factual errors about the women's backgrounds and interests that their relatives initially attributed to excitement about new opportunities, but now seemed more sinister. The breakthrough in identifying Schenk came through painstaking surveillance of the employment agencies where he had been most active. Detective Riedel stationed officers at strategic locations, waiting for the well-dressed gentleman to make his next appearance. The trap was baited with a carefully crafted story about a new arrival from the provinces, a young woman perfectly fitting the profile of Schenk's preferred victims. On May 14, 1888, Hugo Schenk walked directly into the waiting arms of justice. His appearance at the Dobling Employment Agency was everything the investigators had hoped for: confident, charming, and completely unaware that his carefully constructed world was collapsing around him. He approached the agency clerk with his usual story about needing domestic staff for a wealthy employer, specifically requesting information about the fictional young woman the police had created as bait. The arrest itself was almost anticlimactic. Schenk offered no resistance when Detective Riedel identified himself and placed him under custody. If anything, he seemed relieved that his double life was finally over. The psychological strain of maintaining multiple identities while satisfying an increasingly compulsive need to kill had pushed him to the breaking point. The gentleman mask he had worn for so long had become a prison more confining than any cell. The search of Schenk's apartment on Praterstrasse revealed the full scope of his crimes in horrifying detail. Behind the false wall, investigators discovered what could only be described as a museum of murder. Photographs of victims, detailed maps of their routines, personal items taken as trophies, and most damning of all, the coded journals that documented every aspect of his 4-year killing spree. The journals, when finally deciphered, provided a window into the mind of a killer that shocked even experienced investigators. Schenk had recorded not just the basic facts of each murder, but detailed observations about his victims' psychological states, their reactions to various forms of torture, and his own emotional responses to their suffering. The clinical detachment with which he described unimaginable cruelty revealed a mind that had moved far beyond simple homicidal impulses into realms of pure evil. The discovery of the warehouse facility near the Danube Canal completed the picture of Schenk's operation. The multiple chambers, each designed for specific aspects of the killing process, demonstrated a level of premeditation and organization that defied comprehension. The crematorium and acid baths explained why so many bodies had never been found, while the sophisticated soundproofing revealed the extended nature of his victims' suffering. Perhaps most chilling of all was the realization that Schenk's 23 confirmed victims likely represented only a fraction of his actual kill count. The efficiency of his disposal methods and the systematic nature of his record-keeping suggested that many murders had gone completely undetected. Conservative estimates by investigators suggested that the true number of victims could easily have exceeded 50, making Schenk one of the most prolific serial killers in European history. The trial of Hugo Schenk became a sensation that gripped not just Vienna but the entire Austro-Hungarian Empire. The courtroom was packed daily with spectators desperate to glimpse the monster who had terrorized their city for so long. Newspaper accounts of the proceedings were read throughout Europe, shocking readers with their detailed descriptions of systematic murder and torture. Schenk's demeanor during the trial was as disturbing as his crimes. He showed no remorse for his actions, instead displaying a clinical interest in the legal proceedings and obvious pride in the scope of his achievements. When questioned about his motivations, he spoke eloquently about the intellectual challenges of murder, describing his crimes as experiments in human psychology and endurance. His testimony revealed the full extent of his contempt for his victims and the society that had failed to protect them. He dismissed the housemaids and working-class women he had killed as disposable creatures, whose deaths served a greater purpose in advancing his understanding of human nature. The casual cruelty of his words struck observers as more chilling than any display of rage or madness would have been. The prosecution's case was overwhelming, built not just on physical evidence but on Schenk's own meticulous documentation of his crimes. The coded journals provided detailed confessions to murders that investigators might never have connected to him otherwise. His careful record-keeping, intended to preserve memories of his victims' suffering, instead became the instrument of his own destruction. The defense attempted to argue for insanity, claiming that no rational person could have committed such systematic atrocities. But Schenk's obvious intelligence, his careful planning, and his ability to maintain a normal social facade for years undermined any claims of mental incompetence. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before returning a verdict of guilty on all charges. The sentence was death, but even this ultimate punishment seemed inadequate given the scope of Schenk's crimes. His execution, carried out on February 3, 1889, drew thousands of spectators who hoped to witness justice finally being served. But for the families of his victims, his death could never restore their lost daughters or erase the knowledge of how they had suffered. The aftermath of the Schenk case led to significant reforms in how Vienna dealt with its most vulnerable populations. Employment agencies were required to verify the credentials of employers seeking domestic staff, while new reporting procedures made it more difficult for missing persons cases to be ignored or dismissed. The casual indifference that had protected Schenk's crimes was replaced by systematic efforts to track and protect working-class women. But perhaps the most lasting impact of Hugo Schenk's reign of terror was the shattering of Vienna's carefully maintained illusion of civilized safety. The city that had prided itself on culture and refinement was forced to confront the reality that monsters could hide behind the most respectable facades. The gentleman predator had revealed that evil could flourish in the heart of civilization, protected by the very social conventions that were supposed to ensure order and security. The housemaids of Vienna could finally sleep peacefully, knowing that the nightmare that had stalked them for 4 years was finally over. But the scars left by Hugo Schenk's crimes would never fully heal. 23 young women had paid the ultimate price for society's indifference to their welfare, their dreams and hopes extinguished by a monster who saw them as nothing more than raw material for his twisted experiments in human suffering. The reckoning had come at last, but for Vienna's most vulnerable, it had come far too late. The city would remember Hugo Schenk not just as a killer, but as a mirror that reflected the darkest aspects of human nature and the terrible cost of looking away when evil flourishes in the shadows. The gentleman predator was dead, but the lessons of his crimes would echo through the ages, a permanent reminder that monsters often wear the most civilized masks. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now let's get into our fourth story. Story 4. The Fatinsky Maniac. The Terror of Nikolai Timoshenko. When darkness falls over the Ukrainian countryside, mothers lock their doors twice, fathers check every window, and children dare not whisper the name that haunts their nightmares. For 3 blood-soaked years, a monster walked among them, a predator so methodical, so merciless, that even seasoned investigators would wake screaming from dreams filled with his handiwork. This is the chilling chronicle of Nikolai Timoshenko, the man whose very existence rewrote the definition of human evil. His signature wasn't just death, it was the complete obliteration of hope itself, carved into flesh with surgical precision and delivered with the cold calculation of a machine programmed for terror. The autumn of 1989 brought more than fallen leaves to the quiet industrial town of Fatinsky, Ukraine. It brought a shadow that would consume everything in its path, leaving behind a trail of shattered lives and questions that still echo through the corridors of criminal psychology today. The man responsible for this reign of terror walked among the townspeople like a phantom, invisible until the moment he struck, and by then, it was already too late. Nikolai Timoshenko stood 6 feet tall with the unremarkable appearance of a factory worker, which he was, at least on paper. His weathered hands spoke of honest labor. His quiet demeanor suggested a man content with simple pleasures, and his gentle smile fooled everyone who met him. But behind those pale blue eyes lurked something that defied human comprehension. A hunger that could never be satisfied, a darkness that fed on suffering, and a mind that had long ago crossed the line between sanity and the abyss. The transformation didn't happen overnight. Like many predators, Timoshenko's evolution was gradual, almost organic in its progression. As a child, neighbors would later recall, he displayed the classic triad of warning signs: bedwetting well into his teens, an obsession with fire that resulted in several accidental blazes, and a peculiar fascination with animal cruelty that grew progressively more elaborate. His mother, a devoutly religious woman named Svetlana, would find mutilated cats arranged in ritualistic patterns around their property, their bodies posed with an artistic precision that made her stomach turn. He was always different, she would tell investigators years later, her voice trembling with a guilt that would follow her to the grave. There was something cold about him, even as a baby. He never cried like other children. He would just stare with those empty eyes, as if he was calculating something terrible. The first signs of his adult methodology emerged during his military service in the late 1970s. Fellow soldiers reported strange disappearances during training exercises, small animals at first, then larger prey. Nikolai would return from solo patrols with an expression of deep satisfaction, his uniform inexplicably stained despite the absence of any official combat. His commanding officers, focused on the broader challenges of Soviet military life, dismissed these incidents as the natural consequences of wilderness training. But those who served closest to him knew better. Sergeant Viktor Melnik, now deceased, confided to his wife that Nikolai possessed an uncanny ability to inflict pain without leaving obvious marks. He knew exactly where to press, where to cut, where to apply pressure. Melnik had whispered during one of his alcohol-fueled confessions. The man understood anatomy like a surgeon, but used his knowledge like a butcher. Following his military discharge, Timoshenko returned to Fatinsky and secured employment at the local metal processing plant. To his co-workers, he appeared to be the model employee. Punctual, reliable, and surprisingly skilled with precision tools. The plant supervisor, Dmitry Kowalski, praised his attention to detail and ability to work long hours without complaint. What Kowalski couldn't have known was that Timoshenko's extended shifts weren't driven by dedication to his job, but by his need to perfect techniques that had nothing to do with industrial manufacturing. The plant's tool inventory began experiencing mysterious shortages. Scalpels, bone saws, precision blades, and restraining devices would vanish for days or weeks before reappearing in unexpected locations, always meticulously cleaned but somehow different, as if they had been used for purposes that went far beyond their intended function. The night security guard, an elderly man named Pavel, reported seeing Timoshenko in the workshop during off hours, practicing what appeared to be surgical procedures on mannequins he had constructed from industrial materials. "I thought he was maybe studying to be a doctor," Pavel would later testify, his voice barely audible above the courtroom's silence. "The way he moved those tools, so careful, so precise. I never imagined he was rehearsing for murder." The rehearsals lasted nearly 2 years. During this period, Timoshenko refined not just his physical techniques, but his psychological approach as well. He studied human behavior with the intensity of a scholar, learning to identify vulnerability, to exploit trust, and to manipulate circumstances in ways that would give him complete control over his victims. He developed an almost supernatural ability to appear harmless, even helpful, to those who would eventually suffer at his hands. His selection process was methodical and terrifying in its logic. Timoshenko preferred victims who lived alone or had minimal social connections, individuals whose disappearances would be noticed slowly, if at all. He conducted extensive surveillance, sometimes for months, learning their routines, their fears, their weaknesses. He knew their schedules better than they did, understood their habits more intimately than their closest friends, and could predict their movements with uncanny accuracy. The psychological preparation was equally meticulous. Timoshenko would often establish seemingly innocent contact with his future victims weeks before their abduction. He might help carry groceries, offer assistance with a broken appliance, or simply engage in casual conversation at the local market. These interactions served multiple purposes. They established his presence as normal and non-threatening. They provided intelligence about his target's personal lives, and perhaps most chillingly, they allowed him to savor the anticipation of what was to come. Dr. Elena Marchenko, a criminal psychiatrist who would later analyze Timoshenko's methods, described this behavior as predatory grooming on a timeline measured in months rather than days. She noted that this extended preparation period served to intensify his eventual satisfaction, creating what she termed a psychological crescendo that culminated in acts of unprecedented brutality. The physical preparation was even more disturbing. Timoshenko had transformed the basement of his modest home into what investigators would later describe as a theater of horrors. The space was soundproofed with stolen industrial insulation, lit by harsh fluorescent bulbs that cast everything in sickly pale light, and equipped with restraints that demonstrated a profound understanding of human anatomy and the limits of physical endurance. The walls were lined with charts, anatomical diagrams annotated in Timoshenko's precise handwriting, documenting pressure points, nerve clusters, and the exact locations where pain could be inflicted without causing immediate unconsciousness or death. These weren't the casual scribbles of a madman, but the careful notations of someone approaching torture with scientific methodology. Arranged on custom-built tables were his tools, blades of varying sizes and shapes, each sharpened to surgical precision, implements designed to grip and manipulate human flesh, devices that could apply pressure in measured increments, and recording equipment that would capture every moment of his victim's suffering. The entire setup revealed a mind that had moved far beyond impulse or passion into the realm of calculated, systematic evil. Most disturbing of all were the practice sessions Timoshenko conducted using cadavers obtained through methods that investigators never fully unraveled. Neighbors occasionally reported strange smells emanating from his property, chemical odors mixed with something organic and decay-adjacent that made walking past his home an exercise in controlled nausea. These reports were consistently dismissed by local authorities as complaints about industrial runoff or improper waste disposal. The final element in Timoshenko's preparation was perhaps the most revealing: his development of what he called his collection methodology. Unlike killers driven by rage or sexual compulsion, Timoshenko was motivated by a desire to create lasting monuments to his victims' suffering. He took photographs, made recordings, and preserved physical mementos with the care of a museum curator documenting priceless artifacts. Each potential victim was assigned a file containing detailed surveillance notes, psychological assessments, and a timeline for their eventual capture and disposal. These files revealed the full scope of his planning. He knew their favorite foods, their phobias, their family relationships, their work schedules, and their personal secrets. He had mapped their social networks to identify when they would be most vulnerable and least likely to be immediately missed. By the winter of 1989, Nikolai Timoshenko had completed his evolution from disturbed individual to apex predator. His methods were perfected, his equipment was prepared, and his psychological hunger had grown to a point where it could no longer be satisfied through preparation alone. The monster was ready to feed, and the people of Fatinsky were about to discover that their quiet community had become a hunting ground for something that defied their worst nightmares. The stage was set for a campaign of terror that would redefine evil itself, leaving scars on the collective consciousness of an entire region that remain unhealed to this day. What followed would prove that some forms of human darkness are so profound, so completely divorced from normal experience, that they challenge our fundamental understanding of what it means to be human. The hunting season was about to begin, and Nikolai Timoshenko was finally ready to show the world the full extent of the horror he had been so carefully cultivating in the shadows of his twisted mind. The snow fell heavy on December 3, 1989, muffling the sounds of Fatinsky's evening routines and creating the perfect cover for predators who thrived in silence. While families gathered around dinner tables and children played their final games before bedtime, Nikolai Timoshenko made his final preparations for what he would later describe in his journals as the beginning of my true work. His first victim was Maria Volkov, a 34-year-old librarian whose isolated cottage sat at the edge of town like a gift wrapped in vulnerability. Timoshenko had been studying Maria for 7 months, learning that she lived alone following her husband's death in an industrial accident, that she worked late organizing book returns, and that her nearest neighbor was nearly half a mile away through dense forest. Most importantly, he had discovered that Maria suffered from a hearing impairment that made her particularly susceptible to approaches from behind. The abduction itself was executed with the precision of a military operation. Timoshenko had disabled her porch light 3 days earlier during one of his helpful neighbor visits, creating the darkness he needed. He waited until she returned from the library at her usual time, 9:47 p.m., then approached from her blind spot carrying a cloth soaked in chloroform and a story about an injured animal that needed assistance. "Please, Mrs. Volkov," he had called out in a voice carefully modulated to convey urgency without alarm. "There's been an accident down the road. A dog has been hit, and I think it might be the Petrov family's pet. Could you help me move it to safety?" Maria's compassionate nature, which Timoshenko had observed and catalogued during his surveillance, compelled her to approach without suspicion. The chemical-soaked cloth was pressed against her face before she could even process what was happening. Her struggles lasted less than 30 seconds before her body went limp in his arms. The transportation to his basement was accomplished using a modified wheelbarrow covered by a tarp, a method he had practiced dozens of times with weighted mannequins. To any casual observer, he appeared to be a conscientious neighbor disposing of yard waste, a sight so ordinary that it rendered him invisible even as he committed the most heinous of crimes. What followed in the soundproof chamber would haunt investigators for the remainder of their careers. Timoshenko's methodology wasn't driven by sexual gratification or explosive rage, but by a clinical curiosity about human limits combined with an artist's appreciation for the aesthetics of suffering. He had designed his procedures to maximize both physical agony and psychological terror while ensuring his victims remained conscious for as long as possible. Maria awakened strapped to a table that had been precisely angled to prevent her from losing consciousness due to blood flow restrictions. The restraints were padded, not out of mercy, but to prevent rope burns or other injuries that might interfere with Timoshenko's planned sequence of torments. Every detail had been calculated to extend her ordeal and intensify his satisfaction. The basement's fluorescent lights had been positioned to eliminate shadows, ensuring that Maria could see every tool, every instrument, and every expression that crossed her captor's face. Timoshenko wanted her to understand the hopelessness of her situation, to experience the full weight of terror before the physical agony began. He spent nearly an hour simply talking to her, explaining in meticulous detail what he planned to do and why her screams would never be heard. "You see, Maria," he had said in the conversational tone one might use to discuss the weather, "I've spent considerable time studying the human capacity for pain. Most people never discover their true limits because society protects them from such experiences. I'm going to give you the opportunity to explore territories of sensation that few humans ever encounter." The torture began with techniques designed to stimulate nerve endings without causing significant tissue damage, methods he had perfected during his military service and refined through his gruesome practice sessions. Timoshenko used pressure points, nerve clusters, and carefully applied heat to create waves of agony that built upon each other in crescendos of suffering. Maria's screams, muffled by the soundproofing, became the soundtrack to his methodical exploration of human endurance. The psychological component was equally calculated. Timoshenko had equipped his chamber with mirrors positioned to force his victims to watch their own torment, to see their faces contort with pain and observe their bodies' involuntary responses to his ministrations. He documented everything with multiple cameras, preserving every moment of Maria's degradation for his future enjoyment. "I want you to understand," he whispered as he prepared his next implement, "that your suffering serves a higher purpose. Through your pain, I'm learning things about human nature that textbooks could never teach. You're contributing to a very special kind of education. The physical torture escalated through carefully planned stages. Timoshenko employed techniques borrowed from historical accounts of medieval interrogation, modified with modern understanding of anatomy and pain management. He knew precisely how much damage he could inflict without causing shock or unconsciousness, how to revive his victims when they approached their limits, and how to maintain their awareness throughout ordeals that would have broken lesser predator stamina. Maria's ordeal lasted 14 hours. Timoshenko worked in methodical shifts, alternating between physical torture, psychological manipulation, and periods of forced rest that served only to allow her nervous system to reset for the next round of agony. He fed her small amounts of liquid to prevent dehydration, administered stimulants when she showed signs of fading, and provided just enough medical attention to keep her conscious and aware. The final stages of her torture revealed the full depths of Timoshenko's depravity. Having explored her capacity for pain, he began what he termed his artistic phase, the systematic destruction of everything that made Maria recognizably human. He worked with the patience of a sculptor, removing pieces of her identity along with pieces of her flesh, transforming a vibrant woman into something that existed solely to suffer for his entertainment. The killing itself was almost anticlimactic compared to the hours of torment that preceded it. Timoshenko ended Maria's life not out of mercy, but because her capacity to provide him with new experiences had been exhausted. Even in death, however, she continued to serve his purposes. Her body became the first addition to what he would later call his gallery, a collection of preserved remains arranged in poses that commemorated his victims' final moments of awareness. The disposal of evidence demonstrated the same meticulous planning that characterized every aspect of Timoshenko's methodology. Her remains were processed using chemicals and techniques he had learned during his military service, then distributed across multiple locations in a pattern designed to prevent discovery while allowing him to revisit the sites whenever he wished to relive his triumph. Maria Volkov's disappearance was reported by the library supervisor after she failed to appear for work for 3 consecutive days. The initial investigation was routine, a missing person case that attracted little attention from overworked police officials. Her cottage showed no signs of forced entry, her personal belongings appeared undisturbed, and the most likely explanation seemed to be that she had left town to start a new life elsewhere. Detective Boris Kravchenko, the officer assigned to the case, conducted a perfunctory investigation that revealed nothing suspicious about Maria's final days. Timoshenko had been careful to ensure that his helpful neighbor visits wouldn't be remembered as anything unusual, and his modifications to her security lighting were subtle enough to appear accidental. The case was filed as a voluntary disappearance and forgotten by everyone except the killer who had claimed his first trophy. The success of his initial venture filled Timoshenko with a satisfaction that surpassed his wildest fantasies. The months of preparation, the careful planning, the methodical execution, everything had proceeded exactly as he had envisioned. But more importantly, the experience had revealed new possibilities, techniques that could be refined, and approaches that could be perfected in future encounters. His journals from this period reveal a mind completely consumed by the mechanics of murder. Page after page contains detailed analyses of Maria's responses to different stimuli, observations about the progression of terror in her eyes, and technical notes about the effectiveness of various torture methods. He wrote with the clinical detachment of a scientist documenting experimental results, never acknowledging that his subject had been a human being with hopes, dreams, and people who loved her. Subject displayed remarkable resilience during the initial phase. He noted in one particularly chilling entry, neural responses remained consistent even after prolonged exposure to controlled pain stimuli. Future subjects should be evaluated for similar characteristics during the selection process. The psychological impact of his success was equally significant. Timoshenko had crossed a threshold that could never be uncrossed, had proven to himself that he could commit the ultimate transgression without consequence. The fear that had once restrained his darkest impulses had been replaced by confidence, and the satisfaction he derived from Maria's suffering had only intensified his hunger for more victims. Within weeks of Maria's murder, Timoshenko had begun the selection process for his next target. His criteria had evolved based on the lessons learned from his first kill. He now sought victims who possessed specific physical and psychological characteristics that would enhance his enjoyment of their destruction. The hunt for his second victim would prove even more methodical, even more calculated, and exponentially more horrific than his first. The monster had tasted blood, and his appetite was growing stronger with each passing day. The people of Fatinsky continued their daily routines, unaware that a predator of unprecedented cunning and cruelty was moving among them, studying them, evaluating them as potential additions to his growing collection of human suffering. The reign of terror had begun, and Nikolai Timoshenko was just getting started. Spring arrived early in 1990, melting away the snow that had concealed the first traces of Nikolai Timoshenko's handiwork and revealing a world that had fundamentally changed, though few yet understood the implications. The successful completion of his first murder had transformed something essential within the killer's psychology. Where once there had been anticipation and uncertainty, now there existed only cold confidence and an insatiable appetite for increasingly sophisticated forms of human destruction. His second victim, selected after 3 months of careful observation, was Anton Grigoriev, a 28-year-old mechanic whose small automotive shop sat isolated on the industrial outskirts of Fatinsky. Unlike Maria, Anton represented a deliberate escalation in Timoshenko's methodology, a younger, stronger victim who would provide greater resistance and, consequently, greater satisfaction when that resistance was systematically broken. Timoshenko's surveillance of Anton revealed a man haunted by his own demons. The mechanic's alcohol dependency, his mounting debts, and his recent breakup with a longtime girlfriend had created a perfect storm of vulnerability that the predator could exploit. More importantly, Anton's work schedule required him to remain at his shop until late evening hours, often alone and isolated from potential witnesses or rescuers. The psychological preparation for this abduction was more elaborate than his first. Timoshenko cultivated a relationship with Anton over several weeks, appearing as a customer with automotive problems that required extended consultation. He learned about Anton's financial pressures, his drinking patterns, and his increasing desperation. Most significantly, he discovered that Anton had begun staying overnight at his shop to avoid creditors who had learned his home address. "He trusted me completely," Timoshenko would later write in his journal. "Desperation makes people remarkably susceptible to manipulation. Anton saw me as a potential solution to his problems when I was actually the architect of his destruction." The abduction took place on April 15th, during a manufactured emergency that drew Anton away from the relative safety of his shop. Timoshenko had sabotaged a vehicle belonging to one of Anton's few remaining clients, then positioned himself as a good Samaritan offering assistance when the breakdown occurred on a deserted stretch of road. Anton, grateful for help and dulled by alcohol, never suspected that his benefactor had orchestrated the entire scenario. The chloroform-soaked cloth struck again, but this time Timoshenko faced the challenge of subduing a larger, more physically capable victim. The struggle lasted longer than anticipated, requiring him to employ restraint techniques learned during his military service. Anton's unconscious form was heavier and more difficult to transport, forcing modifications to Timoshenko's abduction methodology that he would incorporate into future operations. The basement chamber had been modified since Maria's ordeal. Timoshenko had reinforced the restraint systems to accommodate more powerful subjects, upgraded his tool collection with implements designed for maximum psychological impact, and installed additional recording equipment to capture every nuance of his victim's degradation. The space had evolved from a simple torture chamber into what he privately termed his laboratory of human limits. Anton awakened to a nightmare that surpassed even Timoshenko's enhanced preparations. The killer had learned from his first victim's responses and refined his approach accordingly. Instead of beginning with explanations and psychological manipulation, he immediately commenced with physical torment designed to shatter Anton's sense of reality and establish absolute dominance over his captive's will. The mechanic's superior physical condition presented both challenges and opportunities. His muscular build required more robust restraints and more intensive persuasion to achieve submission, but his enhanced stamina promised extended sessions of exploration into previously uncharted territories of human suffering. Timoshenko approached these challenges with the enthusiasm of an artist discovering new colors for his palette. The torture began with techniques specifically selected to exploit Anton's professional identity. Timoshenko used automotive tools in ways their manufacturers never intended, applying mechanical principles to human anatomy with results that defied description. The killer's understanding of leverage, pressure, and precision had evolved far beyond his first crude attempts, incorporating lessons learned from both his previous victim and his continued study of torture methodology. "Your hands," Timoshenko observed conversationally as he prepared a modified compression wrench, "have spent years working with tools to fix broken machines. Now we're going to explore how those same principles apply when the machine being modified is human consciousness itself." The psychological component of Anton's torture revealed new depths of Timoshenko's evolving sadism. He had discovered that breaking a victim's spirit was as satisfying as destroying their body, and that the two processes could be orchestrated to complement each other in symphonies of suffering. Anton was forced to watch recordings of Maria's final hours, to understand that his ordeal was part of a larger pattern, and to confront the reality that his death would merely be one movement in an ongoing composition of horror. The physical torture escalated through stages that demonstrated Timoshenko's growing expertise in human anatomy and pain management. He had spent the months since Maria's death studying medical texts, consulting historical accounts of torture methods, and experimenting with new techniques using cadavers obtained through increasingly sophisticated acquisition methods. Anton became the proving ground for innovations that pushed the boundaries of human endurance far beyond any previously documented limits. The session lasted 18 hours, 4 hours longer than Maria's ordeal, representing a measurable improvement in Timoshenko's efficiency and technique. He had learned to maintain his victim's consciousness for extended periods without causing fatal system shock, to manipulate their psychological states to enhance their physical suffering, and to document the entire process with scientific precision. Anton's psychological breakdown occurred during the 13th hour, when Timoshenko demonstrated that the mechanic's cries for help would never be answered by forcing him to listen to recordings of other victims whose pleas had gone equally unheeded. The realization that he was part of a series rather than an isolated incident shattered something fundamental in Anton's mind, reducing him from a human being to a collection of responses to stimuli. The killer's documentation of this process revealed a mind that had moved completely beyond normal human psychology into realms of systematic evil that challenged conventional understanding of criminal behavior. His notes described Anton's mental collapse in clinical terms, analyzing the progression from hope through despair to a final state of complete submission that he termed psychological death preceding physical termination. The actual killing, when it finally came, was delayed until Timoshenko had exhausted every possible variation of torment his imagination could devise. Anton's death served not as the culmination of his suffering, but as the final punctuation mark in a sentence of agony that had been carefully composed to maximize both duration and intensity. Even in death, his body continued to serve Timoshenko's purposes as raw material for increasingly elaborate preservation and display techniques. The disposal process had also evolved since Maria's death. Timoshenko had developed more sophisticated methods for processing human remains, incorporating chemical techniques that eliminated evidence while preserving trophies that would allow him to relive his triumphs whenever the urge arose. Anton's remains were distributed across a wider geographical area using transportation methods that left no traceable connections to the killer. The investigation into Anton's disappearance followed a similar pattern to Maria's case, but with subtle differences that revealed Timoshenko's growing confidence. He had made less effort to conceal his interactions with the mechanic, secure in his knowledge that the local police lacked the resources, training, and imagination necessary to connect his helpful customer visits with Anton's vanishing. Detective Kravchenko, now handling his second missing person case in 6 months, began to notice patterns that troubled his professional instincts without quite crystallizing into actionable suspicions. Both victims had been isolated individuals with minimal social connections. Both had disappeared without leaving obvious clues about their fates. And both cases involved witness reports of a helpful stranger who had been seen in their vicinity shortly before their disappearances. But the detective's concerns were dismissed by his superiors, who had no framework for understanding the type of systematic predation that Timoshenko represented. Serial killing was a concept largely unfamiliar to Soviet law enforcement, and the bureaucratic culture of the police department discouraged speculation about crimes that couldn't be quickly solved and filed away. Meanwhile, Timoshenko was already deep into the selection process for his third victim. His success with Anton had proven that he could handle more challenging prey, leading him to consider targets who would have been beyond his capabilities just months earlier. The evolution of his methodology was accelerating, driven by a confidence that bordered on invincibility and a hunger that grew stronger with each feeding. His journals from this period revealed a mind consumed not just by the mechanics of murder, but by grandiose visions of his place in the pantheon of human predators. He wrote extensively about surpassing the achievements of historical torturers, about developing techniques that would revolutionize the application of suffering, and about creating a legacy that would be studied and admired by future generations of like-minded individuals. Each subject teaches me something new, he noted in one particularly revealing entry. Maria showed me the foundations, Anton revealed the possibilities for expansion, and my next selection will demonstrate the full flowering of my capabilities. I am becoming something unprecedented in human history, not just a killer, but an artist whose medium is human agony itself. The third victim would indeed represent a quantum leap in Timoshenko's evolution as a predator. His growing confidence, refined techniques, and expanding appetite for suffering would converge in an atrocity that would surpass even his own escalating standards for systematic brutality. The monster was approaching full maturity, and the community of Fatinsky was about to discover that their worst nightmares had been merely gentle fantasies compared to the reality that stalked their streets. By the autumn of 1991, Nikolai Timoshenko had evolved into something that transcended conventional understanding of human evil. His basement laboratory had expanded into adjacent rooms of his property, creating a complex of horrors that served as both workshop and museum for his increasingly elaborate methods of human destruction. The successful completion of 7 murders over 2 years had transformed him from a careful predator into an apex killer whose confidence bordered on the supernatural. His final victim, selected through 6 months of meticulous surveillance, was intended to be his masterpiece, a culmination of everything he had learned about the systematic deconstruction of human consciousness and flesh. Elena Marchenko, a 31-year-old nurse who worked night shifts at the regional hospital, represented the perfect synthesis of vulnerability and professional knowledge that would allow Timoshenko to explore entirely new territories of sophisticated brutality. Elena's medical background presented unique opportunities that had captured Timoshenko's imagination during his observation period. Unlike his previous victims, she would understand exactly what was happening to her body during each phase of her torment, would comprehend the precise mechanisms by which he was extending her suffering, and would possess the professional knowledge to appreciate the technical expertise required for his procedures. This intellectual component promised to elevate their encounter into realms of terror that his previous victims couldn't have fully appreciated. The surveillance phase had been his most elaborate yet. Timoshenko had studied Elena's routines for over half a year, learning not just her schedule and habits, but her medical expertise, her psychological profile, and her personal relationships. He had discovered her specialization in trauma care, her recently ended engagement to a fellow medical professional, and most significantly, her pattern of walking home alone through poorly lit streets after completing her midnight shifts. The abduction methodology had been refined through his previous experiences into a work of criminal artistry. Timoshenko had staged what appeared to be a medical emergency outside the hospital, positioning himself as a distraught family member seeking help for an injured relative in his vehicle. Elena's professional instincts and compassionate nature compelled her to respond without suspicion, walking directly into a trap that had been months in the planning. The modified van Timoshenko had prepared contained a complete mobile medical facility, not for healing, but for ensuring that his victim remained conscious and aware throughout even the most extreme procedures. He had acquired sophisticated medical equipment through channels he had developed during his killing spree, transforming his vehicle into a rolling chamber of horrors that could sustain life even as it systematically destroyed everything that made life worth living. Elena regained consciousness in the main torture chamber, which had been reconfigured specifically for her medical background. Timoshenko had arranged medical texts open to relevant chapters, displayed anatomical charts annotated with his planned procedures, and position mirrors to ensure that she could observe every detail of her own systematic destruction. The psychological preparation was as carefully orchestrated as the physical torment that would follow. Dr. Marchenko, he began with mock professional courtesy. Your medical training is about to provide you with educational experiences that no textbook could ever offer. We're going to explore the absolute limits of human physiology together, and your professional knowledge will allow you to appreciate the technical mastery required for each procedure. The torture that followed represented the pinnacle of Timoshenko's evolution as a systematic destroyer of human beings. He had incorporated techniques learned from each of his previous victims, refined through 2 years of practice and study, and elevated through innovations that pushed the boundaries of systematic cruelty into previously unexplored territories. Elena's medical knowledge allowed him to explain each procedure as he performed it, creating a horrific parody of clinical education that magnified her psychological torture exponentially. The physical component utilized medical equipment in ways that perverted their healing purpose into instruments of exquisite agony. Timoshenko had learned to manipulate nerve pathways with surgical precision, to maintain consciousness through procedures that should have resulted in shock or death, and to orchestrate waves of suffering that built upon each other in crescendos of systematic brutality that lasted for unprecedented durations. Elena's ordeal extended across 3 days, far longer than any of his previous sessions. Timoshenko had perfected his techniques for maintaining his victims' physical condition while systematically destroying their psychological integrity. He provided medical intervention when necessary to extend her suffering, administered stimulants to maintain her awareness, and employed techniques that kept her conscious through procedures that would have killed lesser predators' victims within hours. The documentation process had evolved into an elaborate multimedia production. Timoshenko recorded not just Elena's physical responses, but her professional commentary on the procedures being performed on her body. He forced her to explain the medical mechanisms by which he was torturing her, to describe the physiological processes that were maintaining her consciousness, and to provide technical assessments of his methodology from the victim's perspective. Describe for the camera, he would demand during particularly innovative procedures, the neurological pathways through which you're experiencing this stimulation. Explain to future viewers the medical principles that allow me to maintain your awareness while exploring these frontiers of human sensation. The psychological torture incorporated elements from all his previous victims while adding layers of complexity that reflected his growing sophistication as a destroyer of human consciousness. Elena was shown recordings of his entire victim collection, forced to provide professional assessments of the medical techniques employed in each case, and compelled to suggest improvements that he might implement in future encounters. The 3rd day brought innovations that surpassed even Timoshenko's escalating standards for systematic cruelty. Having exhausted conventional approaches to torture, he began experimenting with procedures that existed purely in the realm of sadistic imagination, techniques that had no practical application beyond the infliction of unprecedented forms of human suffering. Elena's medical knowledge allowed her to understand exactly how these innovations would affect her body, magnifying her terror exponentially as each new horror was revealed. But Timoshenko's confidence had grown beyond the bounds of caution. His success across multiple murders had convinced him of his invincibility, leading to careless decisions that would ultimately prove his undoing. Detective Kravchenko, finally armed with a concrete suspect and substantial evidence, obtained warrants for Timoshenko's arrest and property search with an urgency that reflected his growing understanding of what they might discover. The search team that approached Timoshenko's modest home on November 23, 1991, was unprepared for the magnitude of horror that awaited them. The first indication of what lay hidden came from the basement windows, which had been painted black from the inside and sealed with materials that suggested someone had gone to extraordinary lengths to prevent sound from escaping. The front door, reinforced with multiple locks and security measures far exceeding what any ordinary resident would require, stood slightly ajar as if Timoshenko had fled in haste after realizing his capture was imminent. Detective Kravchenko descended the basement stairs first, his flashlight beam cutting through darkness that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The smell that rose from the depths below defied description. A mixture of chemical preservatives, organic decay, and something else that spoke to horrors beyond normal human experience. The beam of his flashlight revealed glimpses of equipment, restraints, and collections of objects that his mind initially refused to process. When the full scope of Timoshenko's basement complex was finally illuminated, seasoned investigators found themselves confronting a reality that challenged their fundamental understanding of human evil. The main torture chamber contained restraint systems designed with engineering precision, medical equipment modified for purposes that perverted their healing intent, and recording devices that had documented years of systematic brutality in meticulous detail. The preservation room contained Timoshenko's collection, carefully maintained physical remnants of his victims arranged in displays that demonstrated not just his methodical approach to murder, but his desire to create lasting monuments to their suffering. Each display was accompanied by detailed documentation describing the victims' final hours, the techniques employed in their destruction, and Timoshenko's assessment of the experience from both technical and aesthetic perspectives. Most disturbing of all was the planning room, where walls were covered with surveillance photographs, detailed maps of potential hunting grounds, and files containing comprehensive profiles of future victims. The scope of his preparation revealed that the 7 confirmed murders represented only a fraction of the systematic campaign of terror he had been planning. The files indicated that he had identified dozens of potential targets and had developed elaborate timelines for their eventual capture and destruction. The recording equipment yielded hours of footage that provided unprecedented insight into the mind of a systematic killer operating at the peak of his capabilities. Elena's 3-day ordeal had been documented in its entirety, creating a record of human suffering that investigators described as the most disturbing evidence they had ever encountered. The recordings revealed not just the mechanics of torture, but the psychological processes by which Timoshenko had evolved from disturbed individual into something that transcended normal categories of criminal behavior. But Elena Marchenko was still alive when the investigators found her. The rescue operation required medical professionals, psychological specialists, and equipment designed to treat trauma that existed beyond conventional experience. Elena had been maintained in a state of consciousness throughout procedures that should have resulted in death, her survival testament to both Timoshenko's technical expertise and the absolute depths of his cruelty. Her rescue marked the end of his killing spree, but the beginning of a recovery process that would challenge every assumption about the human capacity to survive systematic brutalization. Elena's testimony, provided after months of medical and psychological treatment, offered investigators their most complete understanding of Timoshenko's methodology and mental state. Her medical background allowed her to describe his techniques with clinical precision, while her experience as his victim provided insights into the psychological processes that drove his escalating campaign of terror. He wasn't insane, she testified during the trial that would captivate the newly independent Ukraine. Everything he did was calculated, planned, and executed with scientific precision. He understood exactly what he was doing, why he was doing it, and what effects his actions would have on both his victims and society as a whole. He was evil in its purest form, not the product of mental illness or temporary madness, but the result of deliberate choices made by someone who had moved completely beyond normal human moral constraints. The manhunt for Timoshenko lasted 6 weeks and involved law enforcement agencies from across the former Soviet Union. His disappearance had been as carefully planned as his murders, utilizing escape routes and hiding places he had prepared over years of systematic preparation. But his ultimate capture resulted from the same obsessive attention to detail that had made him such an effective killer. Investigators discovered that Timoshenko had been unable to abandon his collection of victim documentation and preservation equipment. Rather than fleeing to complete anonymity, he had transported his most prized trophies to a secondary location where he could continue to relive his past triumphs while planning his next campaign of terror. This attachment to his work led investigators directly to his hiding place in an abandoned industrial facility outside Kiev. The final confrontation occurred on January 8, 1992, when a combined force of Ukrainian police and military units surrounded the building where Timoshenko had established a new torture facility. Rather than surrender, he attempted to destroy the evidence of his crimes by setting fire to his documentation and preservation equipment. The blaze that resulted provided investigators with a fitting metaphor for the destruction he had brought to so many lives. Timoshenko was captured alive but severely burned in his attempt to erase the record of his systematic campaign of terror. His survival ensured that he would face trial for his crimes, though many investigators privately wondered whether justice was possible for someone who had transcended normal categories of criminal behavior. His capture marked the end of a reign of terror that had redefined the concept of systematic evil for an entire generation of law enforcement professionals. The trial of Nikolai Tymoshenko became a watershed moment in the newly independent Ukraine's criminal justice system. The evidence presented during the proceedings provided the public with their first comprehensive understanding of systematic serial killing as a criminal phenomenon, while the testimony of survivors like Elena Marchenko offered insights into human resilience that challenged assumptions about the lasting effects of extreme trauma. Tymoshenko showed no remorse during his trial, instead expressing pride in the technical innovations he had developed and disappointment that his work had been interrupted before he could achieve what he termed the full realization of his artistic vision. His final statement to the court revealed a mind that remained completely convinced of the validity of his actions and confident that future generations would appreciate the contributions he had made to the understanding of human limits. The sentence was death, one of the final executions carried out under Ukrainian law before the country abolished capital punishment. Tymoshenko's execution on December 15, 1992, brought closure to the families of his victims while raising questions about whether society could ever fully protect itself from predators who operated at such extreme levels of systematic calculation and cruelty. The legacy of the Fatinsky maniac extended far beyond the immediate impact of his crimes. His case became a cornerstone of criminal psychology education, providing researchers with unprecedented documentation of how systematic killers develop, evolve, and operate at the highest levels of predatory sophistication. The techniques he developed were studied not just by law enforcement professionals seeking to prevent similar crimes, but by mental health specialists working to understand the fundamental nature of human evil. Elena Marchenko survived her ordeal to become a leading advocate for victim rights and a pioneering researcher in trauma recovery. Her work, informed by her unique perspective as both medical professional and survivor of extreme systematic brutality, revolutionized approaches to treating victims of organized violence and torture. Her survival and subsequent contributions to society served as a testament to human resilience in the face of absolute evil. The town of Fatinsky never fully recovered from its association with Tymoshenko's crimes. The community that had unknowingly harbored one of history's most systematic killers struggled with questions about how such evil could have operated undetected in their midst for so long. The industrial buildings where he had worked and practiced his techniques were demolished, but the psychological scars remained embedded in the collective memory of everyone who had called the town home during his reign of terror. Today, more than 3 decades after his capture, Nikolai Tymoshenko remains a subject of study for criminal psychologists, law enforcement professionals, and anyone seeking to understand how human beings can evolve into something that transcends normal categories of evil. His case serves as a reminder that monsters walk among us, that systematic evil can operate with scientific precision, and that the capacity for human cruelty extends far beyond what most people can imagine or accept. The story of the Fatinsky maniac stands as testament to both the depths of human darkness and the resilience of those who survive encounters with absolute evil. In the end, Nikolai Tymoshenko's legacy is not the technical innovations he developed or the systematic campaign of terror he orchestrated, but the proof that even in the face of unprecedented cruelty, the human spirit can endure, survive, and ultimately triumph over the forces that seek to destroy it. The monster is dead, but the lessons learned from his systematic evil continue to inform our understanding of human nature, criminal behavior, and the eternal struggle between those who would destroy and those who would heal, protect, and preserve the dignity of human life against all who would seek to obliterate it. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5: The Vampire of Muizen. The autumn rain drummed against cobblestone streets in the quiet Belgian town of Muizen, washing away the last traces of innocence from a community that would never sleep peacefully again. Between October 1971 and March 1972, 3 young women would fall victim to a predator whose horrific signature would earn him the moniker the Vampire of Muizen. This is not a tale of folklore or gothic fiction, but the chilling true account of Staff van Eycken, whose monstrous appetite for violence would leave bite marks etched forever into Belgium's darkest criminal history. The victims never saw him coming. They couldn't have known that dancing with a charming young man at a local club would be their final act of joy, or that accepting a ride home would lead them into the suffocating grip of evil incarnate. Each woman would be raped, strangled, and marked with the killer's grotesque calling card deep. Savage bite wounds on their breasts, transforming their bodies into macabre testimonies of unthinkable brutality. What you're about to hear is the complete, unvarnished truth about one of Belgium's most feared serial killers, told with the respect his victims deserve and the unflinching detail their stories demand. Close your eyes, settle into the darkness, and let me guide you through the shadows of Muizen, where a young man's descent into monstrous depravity would terrorize a nation and redefine the very meaning of evil. The small town of Bonheuden never expected to birth a killer. Nestled in Belgium's Flemish countryside, this tranquil community seemed insulated from the violent currents that swept through larger cities. Yet on April 21, 1951, evil took its first breath in the form of Gustave van Eycken, though everyone would come to know him simply as Staff. The Van Eycken household appeared unremarkable from the outside. A working-class family struggling through post-war Belgium, they inhabited a world where children were expected to be seen and not heard, where discipline was swift and often harsh. Young Staff grew up in an atmosphere thick with unspoken tensions, his childhood marred by the kind of emotional neglect that festers in silence. Those who knew the family would later describe Staff as a peculiar child, one who seemed to exist on society's periphery even from an early age. Teachers noted his tendency to withdraw into himself during lessons, his eyes taking on a distant, almost predatory gleam when he thought no one was watching. Classmates remembered him as the boy who lingered too long when examining dead insects on the playground, who showed an unsettling fascination with violence in the books he read and the games he played. As adolescence descended upon him like a malevolent fog, Staff's disturbing tendencies began to crystallize into something far more sinister. His physical development seemed to mock his emotional stunting. He grew tall and lean, with sharp features that might have been handsome if not for the cold calculation that had taken residence behind his dark eyes. Girls his age found him attractive enough, but something indefinable kept them at arm's length, some primitive instinct warning them away from the danger that lurked within his seemingly normal exterior. The transformation from troubled teenager to budding psychopath wasn't sudden. It was a slow, methodical evolution that unfolded like a nightmare in slow motion. Staff's fantasies grew increasingly violent and detailed. He would spend hours imagining scenarios where he held complete power over others, where pain and terror were his to dispense at will. These dark reveries became his constant companions, more real to him than the mundane world around him. By his late teens, Staff had begun to test the boundaries of his fantasies. Small acts of cruelty toward animals became stepping stones to something larger, each transgression teaching him valuable lessons about power, control, and the exquisite pleasure he derived from causing suffering. Neighborhood cats began disappearing with disturbing regularity, their mutilated remains later discovered in secluded areas where Staff had practiced his techniques with clinical precision. The young man who emerged from this crucible of psychological development was a carefully constructed facade wrapped around a core of pure malevolence. To casual observers, Staff van Eycken appeared to be just another 20-year-old navigating the social landscape of early 1970s Belgium. He had learned to mimic normal human emotions with unsettling accuracy, crafting a persona that could charm and disarm potential victims while hiding the predator that prowled restlessly within. His hunting ground would be the dance halls and youth clubs that dotted the Belgian countryside, places where young people gathered to escape the constraints of their daily lives. These venues provided perfect camouflage for a predator who had spent years perfecting his ability to blend into crowds while selecting his prey with the cold efficiency of a shark circling wounded fish. The first signs of his escalating pathology became apparent to those who knew him well enough to notice the subtle changes. Friends would later recall how Staff's conversations began to take on darker undertones, how he seemed to derive unusual pleasure from discussing violence and tragedy. His sense of humor grew increasingly cruel, his laugh taking on a quality that made others unconsciously step away from him. What made Staff Van Eycken particularly dangerous was not just his capacity for violence, but his intelligence and ability to plan. Unlike the disorganized killers who struck in fits of passion, Staff approached his criminal activities with the methodical precision of a chess master. He studied his potential victims carefully, learning their routines, their vulnerabilities, their fears. He practiced his approaches until they became second nature, rehearsing the words and gestures that would lower their defenses and draw them into his web. The psychological profile of Staff Van Eycken that would later emerge from extensive analysis painted a picture of a classic psychopath, charming on the surface but utterly devoid of empathy or genuine human connection. His relationships with women were purely transactional, based on his ability to manipulate them for his own purposes. Love, compassion, and basic human decency were foreign concepts to him, abstract ideas that he could mimic but never truly understand. As 1971 dawned, Staff Van Eycken had completed his metamorphosis from troubled child to fully formed monster. The small Belgian communities around Mechelen and Bonheiden continued their peaceful existence, unaware that a predator now walked among them. The local dance halls and youth centers remained vibrant gathering places where young people sought romance and companionship, not knowing that death had learned to dance. The stage was set for a reign of terror that would shatter the illusion of safety that had long protected these quiet communities. 3 young women would soon cross paths with Staff Van Eycken, each encounter ending in unimaginable horror. Their stories would become cautionary tales whispered in the darkness, reminders that evil often wears the most attractive masks. The autumn of 1971 arrived with unusual warmth, as if the earth itself was reluctant to acknowledge the approaching darkness. Young couples strolled through the streets of Muizen and Bonheiden, their laughter echoing off ancient buildings that had witnessed centuries of human joy and sorrow. None of them could have imagined that a killer was already moving among them, selecting his first victim with the cold calculation of a predator who had waited far too long to taste blood. The dance halls hummed with life as October nights grew longer and colder. Music spilled from open doorways, mixing with the sounds of young voices raised in conversation and laughter. It was in this atmosphere of carefree youth and burgeoning romance that Staff Van Eycken would claim his first victim, transforming a night of innocent pleasure into a tableau of unspeakable horror that would haunt the collective memory of Belgium for decades to come. The monster had awakened, and nothing would ever be the same again. The autumn mist clung to the streets of Muizen like ghostly fingers, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that seemed to muffle sound and blur the boundaries between reality and nightmare. It was within this ethereal landscape that Staff Van Eycken would commit his first murder, a crime so brutal and distinctive that it would immediately establish his horrific signature in the minds of investigators. The victim was a young woman whose name would become forever linked with the beginning of Belgium's most chilling murder spree. She was everything that attracted Van Eycken's predatory attention: vulnerable, trusting, and tragically unaware of the danger that stalked her through the night. Like countless other young people in the area, she frequented the local dance halls and social clubs, seeking the simple pleasures of music, companionship, and the intoxicating freedom that came with youth. The hunting ritual began weeks before the actual crime. Van Eycken had identified his target through careful observation, studying her patterns with the methodical precision of a scientist conducting a lethal experiment. He learned her schedule, her favorite venues, her social circle. He discovered which routes she typically took home, which streets were poorly lit, which areas offered the isolation he would need to carry out his twisted fantasies without interruption. The dance hall where they would first interact was a popular gathering place, its walls reverberating with the sounds of contemporary music while young couples moved across the worn wooden floors in elaborate social rituals. Van Eycken had positioned himself strategically, watching and waiting for the perfect opportunity to make his approach. When it came, he executed his plan with the smooth confidence of a seasoned predator. His initial contact with the victim was masterfully orchestrated. Van Eycken possessed an uncanny ability to read people, to identify exactly what they wanted to hear and reflect it back to them with devastating effectiveness. To this young woman, he presented himself as the perfect dance partner, charming, attentive, and seemingly genuinely interested in her as a person. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, punctuated by shared laughter and the kind of instant connection that makes people lower their natural defenses. As the evening progressed, Van Eycken gradually escalated his manipulation. He complimented her intelligence, her beauty, her dancing skills. He asked thoughtful questions about her life, her dreams, her fears, filing away every piece of information for potential future use. Most importantly, he began the subtle process of isolating her from her friends, creating a bubble of intimacy that would make her more receptive to his eventual proposition. The moment of truth came as the dance hall began to empty and the night air grew crisp with approaching winter. Van Eycken offered to escort his victim home, presenting the suggestion with just the right mixture of gentlemanly concern and romantic interest. She accepted, flattered by the attention and comforted by his apparent sincerity. It was a decision that would cost her everything. The walk began innocently enough, following familiar streets that had always represented safety and normalcy. Van Eycken maintained his charming facade, continuing their earlier conversation while internally savoring the knowledge of what was to come. He had planned every detail of the journey, selecting a route that would eventually lead them to a secluded area where he could spring his trap without fear of interruption. When they reached the predetermined location, a dark, isolated stretch of road bordered by thick vegetation, Van Eycken's transformation was swift and terrifying. The mask of civility fell away instantly, revealing the monster that had been hiding beneath the surface. His victim's confusion and terror only seemed to fuel his excitement, her pleas for mercy falling on ears that had long since ceased to recognize basic human emotions. What followed was an act of violence so savage and depraved that even hardened investigators would struggle to process the evidence. Van Eycken's attack was not the frenzied assault of an impulsive killer, but the methodical execution of fantasies that had been brewing in his diseased mind for years. He took his time, savoring every moment of his victim's fear and pain, drawing out her suffering with the calculated cruelty of someone who derived genuine pleasure from inflicting agony. The sexual assault was brutal and prolonged, marked by a level of violence that spoke to Van Eycken's need to completely dominate and dehumanize his victim. But it was what came after that would truly distinguish him from other killers and earn him his macabre nickname. Like the previous victims, bitten on the breasts. This would become his signature, a grotesque calling card that transformed murder into something even more disturbing. The bite marks were not the random wounds of a struggle, but deliberate acts of vampiric savagery. Van Eycken's teeth penetrated deeply into the flesh, leaving distinctive patterns that would later allow forensic experts to link the crimes with absolute certainty. These wounds represented the full flowering of his psychological pathology, the physical manifestation of a mind that had transcended ordinary human evil to enter realms of depravity that defied comprehension. The strangling that followed was equally methodical. Van Eycken used his hands to slowly compress his victim's throat, watching the life drain from her eyes with the detached fascination of a scientist observing a chemical reaction. He maintained eye contact throughout the process, feeding off her terror and desperation as her struggles gradually weakened and finally ceased altogether. When it was over, Van Eycken stood over the lifeless body with a sense of profound satisfaction. He had finally crossed the line from fantasy to reality, transforming years of violent imaginings into concrete action. The kill had been everything he had hoped it would be and more, a perfect fusion of sexual gratification, psychological domination, and ultimate power over another human being. But even in the aftermath of murder, Van Eycken's calculating mind remained active. He carefully examined the scene, removing any evidence that might link him to the crime. His victim's body was positioned with deliberate care, displayed in a manner that would maximize the psychological impact on whoever discovered it. Every detail was considered, every angle calculated to achieve maximum horror and confusion. The discovery of the body several days later sent shockwaves through the local community. The savage nature of the crime, combined with the distinctive bite marks, created a level of fear that the area had never experienced. Parents began keeping their children indoors after dark, women traveled in groups, and men volunteered for impromptu neighborhood patrols. The sense of safety that had long characterized these quiet Belgian communities evaporated overnight, replaced by the gnawing fear that a monster was walking among them. Police investigators who responded to the scene were visibly shaken by what they encountered. Even veteran officers who had dealt with violent crime throughout their careers struggled to process the level of brutality that had been inflicted upon this innocent young woman. The bite marks, in particular, suggested a killer whose pathology extended far beyond typical criminal behavior into realms of psychological aberration that few had ever encountered. The forensic evidence painted a picture of a highly organized killer who had planned the attack meticulously. There were no signs of a struggle at the initial contact point, suggesting that the victim had gone willingly with her attacker. The location of the assault was carefully chosen for its isolation and lack of potential witnesses. Most disturbing of all, the methodical nature of the wounds suggested a killer who had taken considerable time to inflict suffering, someone who derived genuine pleasure from the act of torture. As news of the murder spread throughout Belgium, the media struggled to find appropriate language to describe the horror that had been perpetrated. The bite marks captured public imagination in a particularly disturbing way, evoking images of vampires and other supernatural predators. It was during this period that Van Eycken first acquired his nickname, the Vampire of Muizen, a moniker that would follow him throughout his criminal career and beyond. For Van Eycken himself, the successful completion of his first murder represented a transformative moment. He had proven to himself that he could execute his fantasies without being caught, that he possessed the skill and intelligence necessary to hunt human prey with impunity. The psychological release he experienced was intoxicating, more powerful than any drug or conventional pleasure he had ever known. But rather than satisfaction, the kill only intensified his hunger. The fantasies that had sustained him for years suddenly seemed pale and inadequate compared to the reality of actually taking a human life. He craved more power, more control, more opportunities to experience the godlike feeling that came with holding another person's existence in his hands. As October gave way to November, Van Eycken began planning his next attack. The success of his first murder had given him confidence in his methods, but he was also analytical enough to consider ways he might improve his technique. He studied newspaper accounts of the investigation, learning what evidence the police had discovered and what leads they were following. This information would help him refine his approach for future crimes. The community around Muizen remained in a state of heightened anxiety as weeks passed without any arrests. The police investigation, while thorough and professional, had failed to produce any viable suspects. Van Eycken's careful planning and methodical execution had left investigators with few concrete clues to follow, forcing them to cast a wide net in hopes of catching some trace of the killer's identity. Unknown to the investigators, their quarry was already selecting his next victim, already beginning the patient stalking process that would culminate in another night of unimaginable horror. The Vampire of Muizen had tasted blood, and nothing would satisfy his hunger except more of the same. The seeds of Belgium's most terrifying murder spree had been planted, watered with innocent blood, and were already beginning to sprout new and even more horrific manifestations of evil. The winter of 1971 descended upon Belgium like a heavy shroud, bringing with it shorter days and longer nights that provided perfect cover for the predator who continued to prowl the streets around Muizen and Bonheiden. Van Eycken had discovered something intoxicating in that first murder, a rush of power and control that conventional pleasures could never match. The memory of his victim's final moments replayed endlessly in his mind, fueling new fantasies and an insatiable hunger for more. The success of his initial kill had emboldened Van Eycken while simultaneously teaching him valuable lessons about avoiding detection. He had observed the police investigation with keen interest, noting their methods and limitations. This intelligence gathering would prove crucial as he refined his hunting techniques and prepared for his next strike. The killer who emerged from this period of reflection was more dangerous than ever experienced, confident, and utterly ruthless in his pursuit of new victims. His second target was selected using the same methodical approach that had served him so well before. She was young, attractive, and tragically unaware of the danger that watched her from the shadows. Van Eycken spent weeks studying her patterns, learning her routine, identifying the optimal moment and location for his attack. The dance halls and social clubs of the region continued to provide perfect hunting grounds, places where his charm and apparent normalcy could mask the monster that lurked beneath. The approach was executed with even greater precision than before. Van Eycken had learned to read his victims' psychological needs with disturbing accuracy, tailoring his persona to match exactly what they sought in a companion. To his second victim, he presented himself as sensitive and understanding, someone who could appreciate her unique qualities in ways that other men couldn't. Their initial conversation was a masterpiece of manipulation, each word carefully chosen to build trust and lower defenses. As the evening progressed, Van Eycken gradually maneuvered the situation toward his desired outcome. He isolated his victim from her friends through a combination of flattery and strategic timing, creating the impression that their connection was so special it deserved privacy. When he offered to escort her home, she accepted with the same trusting innocence that had doomed his previous victim. The walk through the darkened streets was a prolonged psychological torture session, though the victim remained unaware of her true situation. Van Eycken engaged in seemingly innocent conversation while internally savoring the knowledge of what was to come. He had selected a different route this time, one that led to an even more isolated location where his activities would remain undisturbed. When the moment of revelation arrived, Van Eycken's transformation was swift and complete. The mask of civility vanished instantly, replaced by the cold, calculating demeanor of a seasoned predator. His victim's shock and terror only served to heighten his excitement, her desperate pleas for mercy falling on ears that had long since abandoned any pretense of human empathy. The second murder was characterized by an escalation in brutality that reflected Van Eycken's growing confidence and sadistic expertise. The sexual assault was more prolonged and savage than before, marked by a level of violence that suggested the killer was becoming increasingly comfortable with inflicting extreme suffering. He took his time, drawing out his victim's agony with the methodical precision of someone conducting a grotesque experiment. She too was raped, strangled, and, like the previous victims, bitten on the breasts. The bite marks were even deeper and more savage than those found on the first victim, suggesting that Van Eycken's pathological compulsions were intensifying with each kill. The wounds formed distinctive patterns that would later allow investigators to definitively link the crimes, creating a signature that was both horrifying and unmistakable. The strangling process was equally methodical, with Van Eycken maintaining the same level of psychological torture that had characterized his first murder. He forced his victim to maintain eye contact as her life slowly drained away, feeding off her terror and desperation with vampiric hunger. The act represented the ultimate expression of power and control, transforming another human being into nothing more than an object for his twisted gratification. In the aftermath of the second murder, Van Eycken's disposal of evidence became even more sophisticated. He had learned from studying the police investigation of his first crime, developing new techniques for minimizing forensic traces while maximizing the psychological impact of his handiwork. The body was positioned with deliberate care, displayed in a manner designed to create maximum horror and confusion among investigators. The discovery of the second victim sent waves of panic through the Belgian communities that had been struggling to come to terms with the first murder. The distinctive bite marks immediately linked the crimes in the minds of investigators and the public alike, confirming that a serial killer was operating in their midst. The realization that the first murder had not been an isolated incident transformed fear into outright terror. Local authorities found themselves dealing with a crisis unlike anything in their previous experience. The savage nature of the crimes, combined with the killer's apparent ability to select victims and strike without leaving viable clues, created a sense of helplessness that permeated every level of law enforcement. Public pressure for results intensified daily, while the killer remained frustratingly elusive. For Van Eycken, the successful completion of his second murder represented another milestone in his psychological development. Each kill taught him new lessons about power, control, and the intoxicating pleasure that could be derived from absolute dominance over another human being. The fantasies that had once satisfied him now seemed pale and inadequate compared to the reality of actually taking lives. But even as he savored his success, Van Eycken was already planning his next attack. The hunger that drove him was not the kind that could be satisfied by any finite number of victims. It was a bottomless pit of need that grew larger with each feeding. He began the patient process of selecting his third target, applying the techniques that had served him so well in his previous hunts. The community response to the second murder was swift and comprehensive. Parents imposed strict curfews on their children, women refused to venture out alone after dark, and men organized volunteer patrols to monitor vulnerable areas. The social fabric of these quiet Belgian communities was being torn apart by fear, transforming peaceful neighborhoods into landscapes of suspicion and anxiety. Media coverage of the crimes reached new heights of intensity, with journalists struggling to find appropriate language to describe the level of brutality involved. The bite marks, in particular, captured public imagination in disturbing ways, evoking images of vampires and supernatural predators. The nickname Vampire of Muizen became firmly established during this period, transforming Van Eycken into a figure of folklore as well as criminal fact. As winter gave way to spring in 1972, Van Eycken prepared for what would become his final and most brutal murder. The lessons learned from his previous crimes had transformed him into a more efficient and dangerous predator, one whose confidence had grown to the point where he felt virtually untouchable. The methodical patience he had demonstrated in selecting and stalking his earlier victims was now refined to an art form. On March 19, 1972, Van Eycken murdered his third and final victim, Lutgaard van der Wilt, a 19-year-old student with whom he had danced in a youth club. This final crime would represent the culmination of his psychological evolution from troubled young man to full-fledged monster, demonstrating a level of brutality and sadistic sophistication that would shock even experienced investigators. The selection of Lutgaard van der Wilt followed the same pattern as his previous victims, but with even greater attention to detail. Van Eycken had observed her for an extended period, learning not just her routines but her psychological vulnerabilities. He understood exactly how to approach her, what persona to adopt, and how to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Their meeting at the youth club was orchestrated with theatrical precision. Van Eycken presented himself as the ideal dance partner, charming, attentive, and genuinely interested in Lutgaard as a person. Their time together on the dance floor was a masterpiece of manipulation, with every gesture and word calculated to build trust and create the illusion of romantic connection. As the evening progressed, Van Eycken employed all the techniques he had perfected through his previous crimes. He isolated Lutgaard from her friends, created an atmosphere of intimate connection, and gradually maneuvered the situation toward his desired outcome. When he offered to escort her home, she accepted with the same trusting innocence that had doomed his earlier victims. The third murder would prove to be Van Eycken's most savage yet, incorporating all the lessons he had learned about inflicting maximum suffering while minimizing the risk of detection. She was also brutally raped, strangled, and similar to the victims of the past, was bitten in the breasts. The bite marks on Lutgaard van der Wilt were the deepest and most vicious yet, reflecting the killer's escalating pathology and growing comfort with extreme violence. But it was also this final murder that would ultimately lead to Van Eycken's downfall. When her body was found, Van Eycken was cycling along the area, a detail that would prove crucial in the investigation that followed. His growing confidence had led to a moment of carelessness that would provide investigators with their first real break in the case. The discovery of Lutgaard van der Wilt's body sent shockwaves through a community that had already been traumatized by two previous murders. The escalating brutality of the crime suggested a killer whose pathology was spiraling increasingly out of control, someone who posed an imminent threat to every young woman in the region. The pressure on law enforcement to catch the Vampire of Muizen reached unprecedented levels. For Van Eycken, the third murder represented both a triumph and the beginning of the end. He had achieved a level of sadistic satisfaction that exceeded even his most twisted fantasies, but his moment of carelessness at the crime scene had provided investigators with the crucial evidence they needed to begin closing in on their quarry. The reign of terror that had gripped Belgium for months was about to come to an end, but not before leaving scars on the collective psyche that would last for generations. The discovery of Lutgaard van der Wilt's mutilated body on that cold March morning in 1972 marked a turning point in one of Belgium's most intensive criminal investigations. The savage brutality of the attack surpassed even the previous horrors, demonstrating an escalating pathology that suggested the Vampire of Muizen was spiraling deeper into psychotic territory with each kill. But it was also this final murder that would provide investigators with the crucial break they had been desperately seeking for months. When her body was found, Van Eycken was cycling along the road near the crime scene. A detail that initially seemed insignificant, but would prove to be the thread that unraveled his carefully constructed facade. The killer's growing confidence had led to a moment of reckless curiosity, a desire to witness the discovery of his handiwork that would ultimately cost him his freedom. Detective teams who had been working around the clock to catch the killer immediately recognized the escalating nature of this third attack. The bite marks were deeper and more savage than ever before, carved into the victim's flesh with a level of sadistic precision that spoke to a mind completely divorced from human empathy. The positioning of the body showed the same theatrical attention to psychological impact that had characterized the previous crimes, but with refinements that suggested the killer was becoming increasingly sophisticated in his methods. The investigation that followed Lutgaard's murder was unprecedented in its scope and intensity. Belgian law enforcement agencies coordinated their efforts with a level of cooperation rarely seen before, bringing together expertise from multiple jurisdictions to create a comprehensive profile of the killer. Forensic specialists worked tirelessly to extract every possible piece of evidence from the crime scene, while psychological profilers attempted to penetrate the twisted mind behind these horrific acts. The breakthrough came through a combination of methodical police work and Van Eycken's own overconfidence. Witnesses who had seen him cycling near the crime scene were interviewed and re-interviewed, their descriptions gradually building a composite picture of a suspect. Meanwhile, investigators began the painstaking process of cross-referencing attendance records from local dance halls and youth clubs, looking for patterns that might reveal the killer's hunting methodology. Van Eycken's name first surfaced during routine questioning of individuals who had attended the youth club where he had met Lutgaard van der Wilt. Multiple witnesses remembered seeing them together on the dance floor, their descriptions of the mysterious dance partner gradually coalescing into a coherent picture. When this information was combined with witness accounts from the crime scene, investigators began to focus their attention on the young man from Van Heerden who seemed to appear at all the wrong moments. The psychological profile that emerged during this period painted a picture of a highly intelligent psychopath who derived sexual satisfaction from inflicting extreme suffering. The methodical nature of the crimes, combined with the escalating brutality, suggested a killer who was not only comfortable with violence but actively sought to refine and perfect his techniques. The distinctive bite marks represented a form of psychological signature that went beyond mere sadism into realms of pathology that few investigators had ever encountered. As the net began to close around Van Eycken, he demonstrated the same calculating intelligence that had served him so well during his killing spree. He maintained his facade of normalcy, continuing to attend social events and interact with potential victims even as police surveillance intensified around him. This brazen confidence was both a strength and a weakness. It allowed him to avoid suspicion for a time, but also led to the kind of risky behavior that would ultimately expose him. The arrest, when it finally came, was almost anticlimactic after months of intensive investigation. Van Eycken was taken into custody at his family home in Van Heerden, surrounded by the ordinary trappings of lower-middle-class Belgian life that seemed to mock the horrific nature of his crimes. Neighbors watched in shock as the young man they had known since childhood was led away in handcuffs, unable to reconcile the polite, seemingly normal individual they thought they knew with the monster described in newspaper headlines. Under interrogation, Van Eycken initially maintained his innocence with the same manipulative skill he had used to lure his victims to their deaths. He presented himself as a confused and frightened young man who had been wrongly accused, deploying charm and apparent vulnerability in an attempt to sway his interrogators. But the mounting forensic evidence gradually stripped away his denials, forcing him to confront the reality that his carefully constructed alibis were crumbling under scientific scrutiny. The psychological evaluation that followed his arrest revealed the full extent of Van Eycken's mental pathology. Teams of psychiatrists and criminal psychologists subjected him to extensive testing, attempting to understand the mechanisms that had transformed a seemingly normal young man into a serial killer of extraordinary brutality. What they discovered was a mind that had completely compartmentalized empathy and human connection, replacing normal emotional responses with coldly calculating predatory instincts. Van Eycken's confession, when it finally came, was delivered with the same methodical precision that had characterized his crimes. He described each murder in clinical detail, showing neither remorse nor emotion as he recounted the torture and killing of 3 innocent young women. His account revealed the full extent of his planning and preparation, demonstrating how each attack had been carefully orchestrated to maximize both his victim's suffering and his own psychological gratification. The trial that followed became one of the most closely watched criminal proceedings in Belgian history. Public interest was intense and largely hostile, with Van Eycken requiring constant police protection from crowds that gathered outside the courthouse demanding justice for his victims. The evidence presented during the proceedings painted a picture of premeditated savagery that shocked even experienced legal professionals. Forensic experts testified about the distinctive bite marks that linked all 3 murders, describing the level of force required to inflict such wounds and the psychological implications of this particular form of violence. Medical examiners provided graphic testimony about the suffering endured by each victim, details that brought family members to tears and left hardened reporters struggling to maintain their professional composure. The psychological testimony proved equally disturbing, revealing the full extent of Van Eycken's mental pathology. Expert witnesses described a personality structure completely devoid of empathy or remorse, someone for whom other human beings existed purely as objects for his twisted gratification. The clinical language used to describe his condition could not disguise the fundamental horror of what he represented evil in its purest and most calculating form. In 1974, he was sentenced to death by an Antwerp court, a verdict that reflected both the severity of his crimes and the public demand for ultimate justice. The death sentence represented the Belgian legal system's recognition that Van Eycken's crimes had transcended ordinary criminal behavior to enter realms of depravity that demanded the most severe possible punishment. However, Belgium's subsequent abolition of capital punishment meant that Van Eycken would never face execution. His sentence was commuted to life imprisonment, a decision that sparked considerable controversy among victims' families and the general public who felt that justice had been compromised by legal technicalities. The debate over his punishment would continue for decades, reflecting broader societal questions about appropriate responses to crimes of extraordinary brutality. Van Eycken's imprisonment marked the end of his active criminal career, but not the end of his impact on Belgian society. The case had fundamentally altered public perceptions of safety and security, transforming quiet rural communities into places where parents feared to let their children walk alone after dark. The psychological scars left by his crimes would take generations to heal, if they ever truly could. Within the confines of his prison cell, Van Eycken adapted to his new environment with the same calculating intelligence he had once used to hunt human prey. He became a model prisoner in many respects, following institutional rules and maintaining the facade of rehabilitation that had served him so well in his previous life. But those who studied him closely understood that this compliance was merely another form of manipulation, a survival strategy deployed by a predator who had learned to camouflage himself within whatever environment he inhabited. Prison psychiatrists who worked with Van Eycken over the years consistently reported the same disturbing findings: a complete absence of genuine remorse or empathy for his victims. He could discuss his crimes in clinical detail, analyzing his methods and motivations with the detached interest of an academic researcher. But the emotional weight of what he had done, the human cost of his actions, remained utterly foreign to him. The 3 young women he had tortured and killed existed in his mind only as objects that had served their purpose in satisfying his twisted needs. Letters and interviews from this period reveal a man who remained convinced of his own intellectual superiority, someone who viewed his capture and conviction as temporary setbacks rather than just consequences of his actions. He expressed frustration at being misunderstood, presenting himself as a victim of societal prejudice against those who dared to explore the darker aspects of human nature. This grandiose self-perception was typical of psychopathic personalities, but in Van Eycken's case it was combined with a level of calculated cruelty that set him apart from even other serial killers. The families of his victims struggled to rebuild their lives in the aftermath of the trial, carrying emotional wounds that would never fully heal. Parents who had lost daughters to Van Eycken's savagery found themselves trapped between the need to move forward and the impossibility of forgetting the horror that had befallen their loved ones. The distinctive nature of his crimes, particularly the vampiric bite marks, created a special category of trauma that conventional grief counseling was ill-equipped to address. Community leaders in Muizen and Bonheiden worked tirelessly to restore a sense of normalcy to their towns, but the shadow cast by Van Eyck's crimes proved impossible to fully dispel. The dance halls and youth clubs that had served as his hunting grounds never quite recovered their former atmosphere of carefree innocence. Parents remained vigilant, young women traveled in groups, and the simple pleasure of a solitary evening walk became a luxury that many could no longer afford. The case also had profound implications for Belgian law enforcement, forcing fundamental changes in how serial crimes were investigated and prosecuted. The methodical nature of Van Eyck's attacks and his sophisticated understanding of forensic evidence collection techniques revealed gaps in existing procedures that needed to be addressed. Training programs were developed to help officers recognize the distinctive patterns associated with serial predators, while forensic laboratories were upgraded to handle the complex evidence analysis required in such cases. Years passed, and Van Eyck aged within the confines of his prison cell, his youthful appearance gradually giving way to the lined face and graying hair of middle age. But those who encountered him during this period consistently reported the same unsettling experience. The sense that behind his aged exterior lurked the same calculating predator who had once terrorized the Belgian countryside. Time had done nothing to diminish his fundamental pathology or create any genuine understanding of the horror he had inflicted. Periodic psychiatric evaluations continued to reach the same conclusions about Van Eyck's mental state and potential for rehabilitation. He remained a classic psychopath, utterly devoid of empathy or genuine human connection, someone whose superficial compliance with prison regulations masked an unchanged capacity for manipulation and violence. The possibility of parole was discussed over the years, but consistently rejected by review boards who understood that Van Eyck represented a permanent threat to public safety. The legend of the Vampire of Muizen continued to evolve long after Van Eyck's imprisonment, becoming part of Belgian criminal folklore in ways that transcended the actual facts of his crimes. True crime enthusiasts and amateur investigators dissected every aspect of his case, searching for hidden meanings and psychological insights that might explain how an apparently normal young man had transformed into such a monster. Books were written, documentaries produced, and academic papers published, all attempting to understand the phenomenon that Van Eyck represented. But for all the analysis and theorizing, the fundamental questions raised by his crimes remained unanswered. How does evil of such magnitude develop within an apparently normal individual? What warning signs, if any, might have prevented his transformation from troubled youth to serial killer? And perhaps most disturbing of all, how many other potential Van Eyck's might be walking among us, their true nature hidden behind masks of normalcy and charm? The three young women who died at Van Eyck's hands, whose names deserve to be remembered long after their killer's notoriety faded, had their lives cut short just as they were beginning to discover who they might become. They were daughters, friends, dreamers who had the misfortune to cross paths with evil incarnate at the wrong moment in history. Their stories serve as eternal reminders of the precious fragility of human life and the devastating consequences when predators are allowed to hunt unchecked. As the decades passed and Van Eyck aged into an elderly man, the communities he had terrorized gradually began to heal. New generations grew up with only secondhand knowledge of the fear that had once gripped their parents and grandparents. The dance halls reopened, young couples once again walked hand in hand through darkened streets, and life slowly returned to something approaching normalcy. But the scars remained, hidden beneath the surface like old wounds that ache when the weather changes. The Vampire of Muizen had claimed more than 3 lives during his brief reign of terror. He had stolen innocence from entire communities, transforming places of safety into landscapes of fear and suspicion that would never quite recover their former character. And somewhere within the walls of a Belgian prison, Van Eyck continues to exist, a living reminder of humanity's capacity for evil and the eternal vigilance required to protect the innocent from those who would prey upon them. His story serves as both a cautionary tale and a tribute to the victims whose memories deserve to outlive their killer's infamy. The darkness has been contained, but never fully conquered. The Vampire of Muizen sleeps now behind bars and concrete, but the evil he represented lurks eternal, waiting for the next opportunity to emerge and claim new victims in its endless hunger for human suffering. This is the complete, unvarnished truth about one of Belgium's most feared serial killers. A story of innocence lost, evil unleashed, and justice finally served. May the memory of his victims shine brighter than the shadow of his crimes. And may their stories serve as eternal warnings about the monsters that sometimes walk among us wearing human faces. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.